Chapter 1042. In the pitch-black world, the shadow was extremely blurry and difficult to discover. Apart from fooling the eyes, even Zi-Chen's perfect spiritual senses couldn't detect any clues. However, with the yin-yang eye, Zi-Chen still discovered the shadow's movement trajectory. The shadow seemed to have become one with this world, becoming the owner of this world. However, he wasn't the real owner after all. The yin-yang eye caught every loophole. Zi-Chen saw the shadow, but he couldn't see his face. Zi-Chen, die! The shadow roared again as he charged at Zi-Chen again. This time, he was facing Zi-Chen directly. However, just as he was about to reach Zi-Chen, the shadow flashed and appeared behind Zi-Chen, attacking him. During this period, Zi-Chen launched a series of consecutive attacks, but he still missed. He was hit in the back and staggered backward, adding another wound to his body. This was because Zi-Chen had a perfect body. If it were anyone else, even if they had a spirit body, they probably wouldn't be able to withstand such an attack. Zi-Chen clearly saw the shadow, but he didn't hit it. In the darkness, the shadow laughed again, and his voice came from all directions. Zi-Chen clearly saw the shadow retreating and looking down at him from the sky. Zi-Chen's yin-yang eye swept past the shadow and then looked around, but he didn't see anything. Zi-Chen naturally wasn't afraid of a mere human origin realm shadow, even if it was an existence comparable to a spirit body. What he was truly afraid of was the Earth origin realm in this world. However, after checking dozens of times, he still couldn't find the shadow. Since he couldn't see the shadow, he naturally couldn't break out of this world. Zi-Chen was trapped. Even if he killed the shadow, what could he do? When the time came, the Earth origin realm demons would definitely take action. After seeing this flawless world, Zi-Chen had a clear understanding of the means of the Earth origin realm. He didn't dare to take any chances. If the shadow really wanted to kill him, he would definitely die. During this time, the hideous laughter continued to resound between heaven and earth. Zi-Chen naturally had a few more wounds on his body. Before he could think of a solution, he had planned to suffer for nothing. In the outside world, a group of demons stared with wide eyes at the battle in the world. Seeing that Zi-Chen was unable to fight back at all, the demons cheered with confusion on their faces. It was this kind of existence, this kind of trash, that had knocked Mo Li unconscious and forced him to flee. Mo Li, are you sure the Zi-Chen you mentioned before is him? Asked one of the demons. Mo Li's expression was somewhat ugly. The current Zi-Chen was indeed not worthy of being his opponent. He snorted, but did not say anything. Instead, he turned his gaze back to the battlefield. Hold on. In the Earth origin stage, Zi-Chen suddenly shouted. Emofen asked, "What's wrong? Are you going to beg for mercy?" Zi-Chen said, "I'm not begging for mercy. I just want to discuss with you about joining the demon race." Emofen's mocking voice rang out, "Joining the demon race? You think you're worthy? Kneel down and count out to me 100 times, and maybe I'll consider it." Zi-Chen's face instantly turned ashen, and killing intent surged on his face. "Humph, if we weren't in this unique world, I could crush you with a single punch. You think you're worthy of me, kowtowing to you. In my eyes, you're nothing more than a scoundrel. You." Emofen was enraged and shouted, "Uncle, remove this world. I want to crush him." Emofen's words did not receive a response. In the air, the Earth origin stage spoke. "Do you really want to join the demon race?" This voice still rang out from all directions. Zi-Chen could not determine where the other's real body was. He couldn't help but curse. Damn, how cunning. "I'm already trapped. There are only 2 paths left," Zi-Chen said, looking up. "You're a smart kid, but why do you think I won't kill you and will agree to join the demon race?" The Earth origin stage's voice rang out again. Zi-Chen pondered for a moment and said, "Of course I can't guarantee it, but I want to try. If you don't agree, then I'll have no choice but to fight my way out." As soon as Zi-Chen finished speaking, a burst of laughter rang out. "You want to fight your way out? Kid, stop dreaming. My world alone isn't something a human origin stage cultivator like you can break through, even if you're an existence that has killed spirits. Zi Chen said proudly, I'm afraid you don't know my strength. If I really want to fight with my life on the line, breaking through this world won't be a problem at all. Kid, you overestimate yourself. Every Earth origin stage cultivator is extraordinary. Even if I don't deliberately defend, you'll have to raise your cultivation level to break through this world. Uncle, why are you talking nonsense with this kid? Let me beat him up until he's obedient, Amofin said again, his mood becoming irritable and exasperated. The arrogance on Zi Chen's face disappeared, and he shouted to the sky, If it weren't for this weird world, not to mention a rat like you, even if Amoli was here, I would still be able to destroy you all with one hand. Oh, right, Amoli should be back by now. TSK, that little guy was almost destroyed by me. Outside, Amoli was hopping mad. His heart was burning with anger as he rushed into the small world. Under the yin-yang eye, Zi Chen saw another figure in the sky. It was Amoli. He shouted in exasperation, Zi Chen, let's not talk nonsense today. Let's fight to determine the winner. The two of them didn't wait for Zi Chen to speak. They charged at Zi Chen. As for the result, it was naturally the same. Zi Chen was beaten up. Zi Chen could clearly counterattack and easily kill the two of them, but he couldn't. He could only passively take the beating. This was the most sullen thing Zi Chen had ever experienced since he had started cultivating. But in order to survive, for the sake of the lightning tribe and the violet gold gourd, he didn't care. Now, Zi Chen was waiting for an opportunity to charge out in one fell swoop. Zi Chen was extremely famous on the Martial Heaven continent. There were countless legends about his battle prowess. That was especially true of the humans who had come from the ancient path. They knew exactly how powerful Zi Chen was. Zi Chen wasn't at the Earth origin stage, so he naturally wasn't very famous among the continent's upper echelons. But among the mortal origin stage and core origin stage cultivators, his fame surpassed that of the spirit body realm. In order to completely extinguish Zi Chen's arrogance, Mo Fun and Mo Li spread the news that Zi Chen was trapped. In just a short day, many humans from the devil race's territory had come, wanting to see Zi Chen get beaten up. Zi Chen, the one trapped in the minor world, is Zi Chen. Heavens, he's actually in such a sorry state. Is this really the Zi Chen who defeated several spirit bodies? He was actually beaten up by two devils. Zi Chen isn't much. Idiot. Can't you see that it's a minor world? Zi Chen isn't attacking, he's only defending. He's probably affected by something. When the humans saw Zi Chen in the minor world, they were in an uproar. In the minor world, Zi Chen didn't know any of this. He knew that he had to put on a show and couldn't be blindly attacked. Otherwise, he would be exposed. Thus, as if he was slowly adapting to the minor world, he began to launch effective counterattacks. The originally one-sided battle gradually turned around. Although Zi Chen was still beaten up a lot, he was also able to counterattack a lot. Several times he fought with Mo Fun and Mo Li. His powerful strength also made the two of them suffer. I know you have a spirit and can think. As a member of the Thunder Clan, I just want to borrow a trace of your strength. Are you that stingy? During the battle, Zi Chen had been talking to others in his heart. If I die here, the Thunder Clan won't only lose me, but the entire Thunder Clan. From today onwards, the Thunder Clan will be removed from the world. From today onwards, there will be no more Thunder Clan or ancient royal clan in the world. After sending Mo Fun flying with a punch, Zi Chen said in his heart again. But still no one answered him. It was as if Zi Chen was talking to himself. Zi Chen's tone became agitated. He threatened, Do you really want to watch me die? Let me tell you, if I die, the Thunder Clan will also perish. If you really don't want to help, then I can only join the Devil Clan. I'll bring the entire Thunder Clan to join the Devil Clan. From now on, we'll be the Devil Thunder Clan. Zi Chen's target was the heavenly lightning wings. facing an Earth origin realm expert. Chen had lost all his means. Now his only chance was the heavenly lightning wings. He felt that the heavenly lightning wings had become extremely unusual after fusing with them. His only chance of survival was here. Chen, didn't you want to join the Devil Clan in order to survive? Fine, I'll give you this chance. Emofan laughed again. His words spread through the minor world, causing another uproar. Chen actually wanted to join the Devil Clan. This news was explosive. Chen clashed with Emofan. He didn't answer. He roared again in his heart. Of course, there was both pleading and threatening. Finally, the heavenly lightning wings reacted. Chen felt a power appear on his back and spread throughout his body. This power wasn't strong, but it could provide Chen with super speed. What Chen needed now was speed. Chen, I'll give you one more chance. Emofan shouted again. Feeling the power filling his body, Chen became extremely confident. He stared at Emofan with his yin-yang eye and said coldly, I'll also give you one more chance. Kneel down and beg for mercy. Otherwise die. Chen's gaze was fixed on Emofan. Emofan was furious, but there was also shock on his face. However, he thought it was just a coincidence. With a roar, he charged at Chen. When he arrived in front of Chen, he arrived behind Chen with lightning speed and launched a powerful attack. However, before Emofan's attack landed, he saw that Chen had already turned around and was staring at him with his yin-yang eye. Those cold and emotionless eyes were looking at him as if he was looking at a dead man. Emofan had a bad feeling. He immediately withdrew his power and prepared to dodge. He felt that Chen was strange. However, in this minor world, a loud rumble suddenly rang out, followed by the sound of a sword. Chapter 1043. Emofan only felt his vision darken as a surge of power landed on his body. At that moment, he felt as if he had been hit by a divine mountain flying at high speed, instantly losing consciousness. Within the pocket dimension, Emofan's body exploded with a loud bang. The sound of the explosion spread throughout the pocket dimension, causing the heavens and earth to tremble. Such a drastic change caused both the humans and the demons outside to change their expressions. Their faces were filled with shock. Initially, Chen wasn't a match for Emofan, but he didn't expect Emofan to be blasted into nothingness in the blink of an eye. Emoli, who was rushing towards Chen after Emofan, was truly shocked when he saw the scene. At this moment, he didn't care about anything else and ran outside in a flash. Where do you think you're going? Chen shouted and chased after him. However, Emoli's figure disappeared in the blink of an eye. Chen also arrived at the spot where Emoli had disappeared in the blink of an eye. Originally, he was only controlling one sword steel, but now he was controlling 9 sword steels. The 9 sword steels attacked the spot where Emoli had disappeared one after another. A loud bang resounded between heaven and earth, like a landslide, a tsunami, or a sudden clap of thunder. The pocket dimension that Earth Origin Ream was supporting began to tremble violently and distort. After the first round of Sword Steel's attacks, it was on the verge of collapse. Emofan's death had already caused Earth Origin Ream's expression to change, but Chen's next series of actions caught him off guard. When he finally reacted and was about to completely seal off the pocket dimension, Chen's shout rang out again. Open for me. Following this shout, the Sword Steels launched a new round of attacks under the control of his spiritual sense. This time, because it was a matter of life and death, Chen's potential was displayed to the maximum. The Sword Steels only attacked twice in the second round, but the pocket dimension was already on the verge of collapse. After the third attack, the pocket dimension exploded with a loud bang. Earth Origin Ream's pocket dimension shattered, revealing his figure. Only then did Earth Origin Ream fully awaken and suddenly send a palm strike towards Chen below. This palm strike was powerful and terrifying as it headed straight for Chen. In the face of this palm, Chen did not have the time to dodge. He controlled the sword steel to block the palm print. At the same time, he rushed out of the spatial world. It wasn't easy to break out of this place. If he continued to delay by blocking this palm, the space world would heal. If that happened, Zi-Chun would definitely die. Ignoring the palm print above his head, Zi-Chun flashed to the outside world. In the space behind him, the palm print landed on the sword steels. Rumbling sounds rang out continuously as the 9 sword steels fell everywhere. "Come back here." Zi-Chun shouted and controlled the sword steel to return. At the same time, he rushed forward. This time, Zi-Chun used the power of the heavenly thunder wings, and his speed instantly reached the pinnacle. Behind him, the sword steels were also flying and being collected by Zi-Chun one by one. Swoosh! In a flash of brilliance, Zi-Chun's figure disappeared between heaven and earth. In the surroundings, the crowd of humans and demons were all stunned by this sudden change. Zi-Chun actually ran away just like that. Especially Emily. There was not a trace of blood on his face. His eyes were filled with deep fear and lingering fear. If he had rushed towards Zi-Chun in anger instead of his brother Fen, the one who would have been killed would have been him. "Damn, little guy." Suddenly, an angry shout came from the sky. It was an Earth origin ream. He stood in the air with a huge stone steel in his hand. This stone steel was the sword steel. In the Earth origin ream's hand, the sword steel was still struggling and trembling, but it could not break free. Of the 9 sword steels, Zi-Chun had successfully collected 8, leaving the last one here. After being humiliated, no matter how much he admired Zi-Chun, the demon was still angry. He coldly said, "Send out the order to seal off this area. Block all transmission arrays. No human is allowed to enter." Yes, the demons accepted the order and then scattered in all directions. Some went to find Zi-Chun, while others returned to the city to seal off the transmission arrays. He ran away. He actually ran away. This is too unimaginable. A human origin ream actually broke through the world of the Earth origin ream. Zi-Chun is indeed Zi-Chun, worthy of being the existence that killed the spiritual body. This kind of means is enough to shock the world. A group of humans who had received the news and came over were all shocked. "Uncle, the Thunder Clan's world is closed." Lee's voice suddenly came. He had flashed to the entrance of the Thunder Clan's world, but it was already sealed. The Earth origin ream looked at the big stone and frowned slightly. He was not sure if the Thunder Clan had sealed him in this small world, or if Zi-Chun had used some method to take them all away. We must find Zi-Chun. In the end, the Earth origin ream, who had no clue, could only coldly say, the humans and demons had all retreated. In this area, many demons moved out to search for traces of Zi-Chun. They attached great importance to Zi-Chun, so much so that when they were searching for humans, they were not allowed to see any traces of humans. Anyone who was found would be killed without mercy. All the humans had entered the big city, leaving only the demons outside. If they found another human, it would naturally be Zi-Chun. If it wasn't, they would just kill him. Although Emoli was scared out of his wits by Zi-Chun, after 2 days of rest, he once again embarked on the journey to find Zi-Chun. All of you, be more careful. Don't miss a single spot. Emoli stood in the air and shouted at the group of demons below. Looking for a human in this entire area was no doubt like looking for a needle in a haystack. However, if they had enough manpower and resources, this situation could be called catching a turtle in a jar. This group of people is really haunting me. In a dense forest, Zi-Chun retracted his aura and looked up at the approaching demons with a cold smile on his face. In the past 2 days, he had encountered several waves of demons searching for him and had also killed several waves of them. Naturally, his tracks were discovered and attracted even more demons. Outside the forest, the demons landed one after another and entered the forest. They carefully searched, not missing a single spot. After a quarter of an hour, they found Zi-Chun and shouted, "Zi-Chun is here! He's here!" Chen turned into a ray of golden light and rushed into the midst of the demons like a bolt of lightning, then began his massacre. Explosions rang out continuously, and all kinds of energy vibrations reverberated between heaven and earth. Wave after wave of energy ripples spread out in all directions. After a minute, all kinds of sounds disappeared, and a large empty space appeared in the middle of the forest. The air was filled with the smell of blood. After exterminating the demons, Chen's figure flashed and left the area. After a quarter of an hour, Mo appeared with a group of demons. Looking at the demon corpses on the ground, his face became extremely ugly. These corpses were all killed in one blow without any hesitation. He raised his head and looked at the endless forest, a cold light flashing in his eyes. After a moment, he coldly said, "Send out the signal and call all the demons here. Chen must be in this forest." In the depths of the forest, Chen saw black light shoot up into the sky one after another. He knew that this was a signal from the demons. Soon, many demons would appear here. The demons were a group with many experts and were not afraid of death. Therefore, Chen's continuous massacre not only did not frighten the demons, but also aroused their anger. After confirming his direction, Chen could completely guess that there were many demons gathered here. It was very likely that the Earth Yuan realm demons were also outside. Half an hour later, Chen's tracks were discovered again, and another fierce battle ensued. Why was it called a fierce battle and not a massacre? It was because there were casualties in this battle, and it was no longer the scene of a one-hit kill like before. However, some of the casualties were more serious. As soon as the demons arrived, they died after a few breaths. These survivors told the crowd an extremely important piece of news. Chen was already injured, and his injuries were not light. Therefore, in the following battle, the number of demon survivors increased. In the end, Chen no longer fought fiercely, but ran away. "Chase, he's almost done for." Mo laughed loudly, thinking that everything was under control. This kind of non-stop pursuit lasted for 2 days. After 2 days, Chen once again encountered a group of demons, and another battle broke out. This time more than 10 demons died in the battle, and 2 were seriously injured. One of them was lightly injured, while the other was on the verge of death. When the group of demons caught up, the heavily injured demon was already dead. Looking at the remaining injured demon, Mo frowned and said, "Send him back." One of the demons nodded and carried the injured demon back. The human Yuan realm cultivator was seriously injured, and ordinary elixirs would not be of much use. The demons did not have many resources, so Mo did not want to waste such an elixir on the human Yuan realm cultivator. Moreover, facing Chen, the injured demon's battle strength was almost negligible. Sending him back was the best choice. The demons did not have many things, but they had a lot of people and experts. "You met Chen?" On the way back, the demon asked the injured demon on his back. "Yes." The heavily injured demon snorted. "Is Chen's battle strength really that strong?" The demon asked again. This time, the heavily injured demon did not answer, but lowered his head. Above their heads, groups of demons flew past the two of them. When they saw the two of them, they nodded and greeted them. During this time, the demon asked the injured demon a few more questions, but received neither salty nor indifferent answers. Suddenly, the injured demon said, "You're too slow. Can you go faster?" "What?" The demon was stunned and turned to look at the injured demon on his back. "I said, 'You're too slow. Can you go faster?'" The injured demon said again, "You're injured, but why are you still so energetic? Also, you're important, but there's no blood on your body." The demon realized that something was wrong. Just as the demon's eyes flashed and he was about to shout, a strong spiritual sense rushed out from the injured demon's mind. The strong spiritual sense entered the demon's mind, and the light in his eyes disappeared. A moment later, he became sluggish again. "Hurry up, go faster," the injured demon said. Chapter 1044. The injured demon was naturally Zichin. He had been preparing for this day for several days. His perfect body could change his appearance at will, even if he turned into a demon. His transformation could be said to be impeccable, and ordinary people would not be able to detect it. However, such a transformation had a fatal flaw, which was that he could not fight. Zichin could only transform into pure demonic qi, but he could not use it to attack. What he was using now was the soul seed technique that he had learned from Longhu. The demons began to speed up, wanting to bring Zichin back to the city. They encountered many demons along the way, but they were all successfully deceived. From afar, Zichin saw the outline of a large city, and his face immediately lit up. As long as he was in a place with humans, he would be truly free. The demons would be dreaming if they wanted to catch him again. Catch him! Hurry up and stop him for me. Emoli had already seen Zichin and ordered the other demons to surround him. Zichin's speed was getting slower and slower, and he was only running away, no longer attacking. Emoli concluded that Zichin was seriously injured, and it was only a matter of time before he was caught. A cold smile appeared on his face. After an hour of pursuit, the demons finally succeeded in surrounding Zichin. Looking at Zichin, Emoli shouted, "Zichin, let's see where you can run to this time." Zichin turned around, glanced at Emoli, and said coldly, "What? Do you think you can catch me with these trash?" Zichin's words caused great dissatisfaction, and more killing intent appeared, sweeping towards Zichin. Emoli sneered, "You're already an arrow at the end of its flight. Any one of us here can take you down." Zichin, who was full of confidence, suddenly looked like a deflated balloon. His expression instantly became depressed, and he sighed, "Seems like you found out." Emoli laughed complacently. "Of course. Let me tell you, today is the day you die. Of course, if you are willing to submit to our demon race, I can let you live. But the prerequisite is that you let me put a seal on you." The fact that Zichin was able to kill Emofin with a single strike had shocked the entire devil race. At the same time, the thought of recruiting him rose in their hearts. Even though Emoli really wanted to kill Zichin to avenge his brother, he had no choice but to obey the orders of the powerhouses in his race. He had already made up his mind. If Zichin really accepted his offer, he would make Zichin pay a price worse than death after sealing Zichin completely. Zichin sighed and looked up. The bleakness on his face disappeared and was replaced by a playful look. "A very good suggestion, but unfortunately it doesn't suit me." Emoli's face immediately lit up. He shouted, "What? You don't want to join the demon clan? Do you really want us to kill you?" "That's not necessary. I can do it myself." Everyone was confused by Zichin's words. In the next moment, Zichin's figure in the air became illusory and then disappeared. Emoli's face instantly turned ugly. He roared, "Doppelganger! This is a doppelganger! Damn it! If the doppelganger was here, then where did the real body go?" No one knew, and no one could figure it out. As for Zichin, it was as if he had disappeared into thin air and never appeared in this area again. When they were about to enter the city, Zichin had already dismounted from the devil race's back. The two walked side by side and entered the city. There were many devil race members entering and exiting the city gates. The arrival of the two did not attract much attention, because no one could have guessed that Zichin could turn into a devil race member. No one would suspect that they were of the same race. Just as they entered the city, the devil race member beside them met someone familiar. This surprised Zichin a little. Fortunately, he handled it well and successfully deceived the other party. The two headed straight for the teleportation array. When they arrived at the teleportation array, no devil race member suspected anything. Zichin prepared to step into the teleportation array and leave. "Wait." Suddenly, a voice sounded from behind. Zichin had just stepped into the teleportation array when he paused. His expression immediately changed. Zichin turned his head and saw a group of 5 devil race members walking towards him. When he saw the person in the lead, Zi Chen's expression changed again. This was because the person who came was actually a woman. Naturally, there were women in the devil race, but Zi Chen had not seen many of them. Furthermore, he did not care about them. This was because devil race women had red eyes and horns on their heads. This made Zi Chen extremely unhappy. Of course, the most important reason was that humans and devil race were mortal enemies. When they met, they would kill each other endlessly. Zi Chen naturally would not pay too much attention to devil race women. But the devil race woman in front of him was different. Her eyes were black, and there were no horns on her head. She was wearing a tight black dress, which perfectly outlined her tall and slender figure. This was a cold and elegant devil race woman. Her appearance was naturally indescribable. She was completely comparable to the most beautiful human woman Zi Chen had ever seen. Seeing the devil race woman approaching, Zi Chen's face was filled with shock. However, he was more suspicious because the devil race woman was staring at him. The two looked at each other. Zi Chen did not notice that the other devil race members around him had already half knelt on the ground. Zi Chen retracted his gaze and dodged to the side. He lowered his head and made way for the devil race woman. Zi Chen had already transformed into a devil race member with horns on his head. In his words, he was as ugly as he could be. Therefore, he did not think that the devil race woman in front of him would pay too much attention to him. Zi Chen cleverly moved out of the way. Only then did he notice that the other devil race members around him were half kneeling on the ground. This made his expression change once again. He hesitated. Could it be that he had to kneel to this devil race woman? Zi Chen warned himself that he had to put on a good show. Otherwise, if he revealed his identity here, he was afraid that it would cause a lot of trouble. Because in this city, there were bound to be Earth origin realm devils guarding it. What is your name? Just as Zi Chen was about to kneel, a cold voice rang out. It was the devil race woman. Her cold and aloof eyes were like black gems as she looked at Zi Chen. Although she did not deliberately put on an act, the imperceptible aura she exuded made her seem like a queen. Moreover, her height was almost the same as Zi Chen's, which made Zi Chen feel a bit of pressure. This was a question that Zi Chen did not expect. He had not yet thought of a devil race name for himself. Just as Zi Chen was thinking, a black token appeared in front of him. A devil race member walked out from behind the devil race woman and shouted at Zi Chen, "What are you staring at? Don't you see what this is?" The other devils around him did not dare to make a sound. Zi Chen was even more confused. He thought to himself, "Isn't this just a black token?" Zi Chen did not understand the meaning of this token, so he asked with his spiritual sense, "What is this thing? What does this thing do?" "Master, this is the token of the royal race. They are members of the royal race. The woman in front of you should be the princess. Look at their clothes. There is a devil flame pattern on the left side of their chest. That is the symbol of the royal race. When you see a member of the royal race, you must salute. The prince and princess of the royal race represent the purest devil race bloodline and the peak strength of the devil race. Yes, they are comparable to the invincible spirit bodies of the human race. It is just that they do not appear, and it is said that they did not come to the human world. I did not expect one to appear here." Hearing this explanation, Zi Chen was more or less shocked. Moreover, this was the first time he had heard of the royal race. Time was of the essence, so he hurriedly asked, "How is the royal race's strength compared to Emofun?" "Emofun is not even 1/10 of the royal race's strength. What name should I call you?" "Ordinary devils have the word Emo in their title. Master can call you Emo-chin." Although the conversation between the two was very fast, Zi Chen did not immediately answer or salute, which was already causing dissatisfaction. However, just as the other party was about to get angry, Zi Chen reacted. He hurriedly saluted and said, "Greetings to the royal races, lord and princess. I am called Emo-chin." The devil kneeling beside Zi Chen changed his expression. He wanted to stop them, but it was too late. Although he was under Zi Chen's control, he was still a devil in his bones. He was very respectful to the royal race. Master, in the royal race, you are not called princess, but princess. Why didn't you say so earlier? Princess, what an interesting title. The witch smiled faintly and did not pursue the matter. She looked at Zichen and said, You should not come out much, right? Yes, princess. When I was in the devil race, I was always cultivating. I rarely asked about other things. Zichen respectfully replied, So you are a devil cultivator. The devil race was not like the humans. There were mortals among the humans, but all of the devil race were cultivators. The title of devil cultivator was like the ascetic cultivators among the humans. To be on the safe side, Zi Chen hurriedly asked about some places in the devil race, so that when the other party asked him where he was cultivating in seclusion, he could answer with a place. I need to take care of something. Come with me. Unexpectedly, the witch didn't ask any questions. Instead, she indifferently said such a sentence. The Black King token was kept. The 4 people behind the witch did not say anything. Of course, no one objected to the witch's words. Without waiting for Zichen to answer, the witch stepped into the transmission array. The witch's figure disappeared. 2 of the devil race quickly followed. As for the other 2, they stared at Zichen. Zichen had no choice but to follow. This transmission array was built by the devil race. It could only lead to one place, and that was the Devil Sect City. The devil race had been in the Sky Martial Continent for more than 50 years. For cultivators who could move mountains and fill seas, 50 years could change a lot of things. Large cities rose from the ground one after another. In addition to occupying human cities, the devil race also built many more. In the Devil Sect City, Zi Chen met many humans. After years of fighting, coercion, and enticement, there were already many humans who could coexist peacefully with the devil race. The witch entered the Devil Sect City and did not stay for long. She walked out of the city. 4 devil race cultivators followed closely behind her. They were all in the late stage of the mortal origin realm. Zi Chen walked to the back. He originally wanted to leave the city, but he was curious about what the princess was going to do, so he decided to stay. Of course, during this time, the 4 devil race cultivators were like Zichen. They were curious about why the princess would bring them along. Chapter 1045. The group of 6 moved forward without flying. During this time, the princess did not speak to Zichen, and the other 4 did not communicate with each other. The group of 6, walking on the ground, was very silent and very strange. It seemed that she herself also felt this strange atmosphere. After walking for half an hour, the princess said, You will come with me later. There were 5 people behind her, but the princess only used the word. He did not know who she was talking to, but after seeing that the other 4 did not respond at all, Zichen guessed that she was talking to him. He nodded, and then found that he was walking at the back, and it seemed that no one would pay attention to him, so he just nodded casually. After that, there was another period of silence, but in the silence, whether it was the expressions of the 4 people or the princess, there were some changes in them. Zichen paused for a moment, and then remembered that his behavior just now was not very polite, so he added, Where are we going? The 4 devils looked back at Zichen, and their expressions became more and more strange. As for the front, the princess also paused for a moment. Normally, she would not explain, but for some reason today, she unexpectedly explained, We are going to see some humans. See humans? Aren't humans and devils enemies? Zichen asked again, and his face showed surprise. Yes, they are enemies. If you want to kill people later, you can kill them, the princess said again. The 4 guards behind the princess had been with her for many years. They knew that the cold and noble princess was usually not very talkative, and as for patiently explaining to others, they had never seen her. But today, the princess's attitude was really unexpected. Of course, even more unexpected was the guy named Mo Chin behind her. Just from his surname, it could be seen that he was just an ordinary devil. But this guy did not even have the minimum respect for the princess, as if the two of them were on equal footing. But his attitude did not arouse the princess's dissatisfaction. The princess was not displeased, but the four of them were. They all glared at Zichen fiercely. As the princess's guards, even if they had feelings for the princess, they had to hide it deep in their hearts. They could not show it in the slightest. Therefore, when they looked at Zichen, there was only warning and no other emotions such as jealousy or anger. Zichen also came to his senses after the warning. He recognized his identity and didn't say anything else. After that, there was silence all the way. In silence, the six of them advanced for another 4 hours. After 6 hours, the six of them had advanced over 500 li normally. Flying would only take a moment. At the end of his line of sight, Zichen saw an ancient castle. The ancient castle was fiery red, and its architectural style was like a blazing flame. From a distance, the entire ancient castle looked like a burning ancient castle. Zichen could guess the origin of such a stylish castle at a glance. Only the Hu clan, known as the Flame Controller, would have such a preference for fire. The ancient castle was right in front of them, but the six of them had already walked 10 some li. This was a massive ancient castle. Just the walls of the castle were nearly 100 meters tall. Around the ancient castle, within a radius of 5 li, there was a no-fly zone. The gate of the ancient castle was several dozen meters tall, and both of the gates were engraved with images of flames. As if this wasn't their first time here, the 4 demon race experts' faces didn't change. When they reached the gate, it automatically opened. The princess took a step forward and then paused. Behind her, under the fierce gazes of the 4 demon race experts, Zichen hurriedly followed. The gate behind them slammed shut, and Zichen felt like he had arrived in another world. Up ahead was a flat red road, and the red stones were like flames. Deep within the ancient castle, there was not a single figure to be seen, and it seemed lifeless. The princess took a step forward and stepped on a red stone. A moment later, the red stone flashed with light. As soon as this light appeared, it was like a chain reaction, and the other red stones lit up one after another. Then Zichen felt his vision blur, and he arrived in a world of flames. This is an illusion. Zichen looked at the princess in front of him and whispered. The princess didn't speak this time, nor did she explain. She continued to walk forward, and with a single step, Zichen lost sight of her. Zichen's pupil shrank, and he stood in place without moving. At this moment, his mind was spinning rapidly. First, he wondered if this was a trap set up specifically for him, but it obviously wasn't. If the other party had really recognized him, then they wouldn't have gone through so much trouble to find an Earth origin realm demon race expert to kill him. Moreover, he had already guessed that this was the ancient castle of the Hu clan. The possibility of an illusion appearing as soon as he entered was very small. It was most likely to be a test. After figuring this out, Zichen strode into the depths of the flames. During this time, he didn't use his yin-yang eyes, nor did he use his demon power, because once he used his demon power, he would be exposed. He's only in the middle stage of the mortal origin realm, but the princess is willing to bring him along. This is very strange. Indeed, the princess has never talked to other demons before. She wouldn't even look at those geniuses. But today, she took the initiative to bring a strange man here. Outside the ancient castle, the 4 demons finally couldn't understand. One of them said, "He has a very strange aura. I think the princess brought him along because of this." "Strange aura. Cixio, you've been with the princess the longest. Do you know something?" The demon named Cixio shook his head and said, "I don't know. It's just a feeling. I can't describe it, but I feel that his aura is similar to that of the princess." "What? Similar to that of the princess?" The other 3's expressions changed. "Could it be that he's a prince?" Cixio smiled and said, "That's impossible. There are only so many princes, and every single one of them is protected by the demons. How could he be a prince? When I said similar aura, I meant the demon power. Maybe he's had some kind of adventure. The demon power in his body is extremely pure, almost comparable to that of the princess and the prince. According to what you said, his battle power is even stronger than ours. That's hard to say. After all, it's just my guess. As for whether he's extraordinary or not, we'll know when he comes out. Yes, there's a test before entering the ancient castle. If he can't even pass that, there's no need for him to come out. But if he can come out alive, it means that he's not weaker than us. At this moment, Ziqin was in the test they were talking about. However, it was different from when they passed the test. Ziqin passed the test completely by relying on his perception and his powerful physical body. During this period, he didn't use any power. The princess had passed the test and arrived outside the sea of fire. There was a young man in a robe of flame standing there. When the young man saw the princess come out, a smile appeared on his face. He said, "As expected of the royal princess, you actually passed through the sea of fire so quickly. You've once again broken our fastest record here." The princess glanced at the young man and said indifferently, "Huidi, aren't you bored? You always use this kind of trick. Do you think you can trap me with this?" Huidi waved his hand and said, "Princess, you've really misunderstood me. This test was set during the inspection of the ancient castle. It was born with the ancient castle. I have no right to cancel it. Moreover, this is also a proof of strength. If you don't have the corresponding strength, you're not qualified to come here. Hey, where's your guard? Judging by the time, they should have come out." Huidi was surprised. The princess's heart skipped a beat when she heard that. She said, "I have a new guard today." Oh, Huidi looked at the princess and then at the sea of fire in front of them. He waved his sleeve and said, "Just wait for a while. I want to see what's so special about your guard." A light image appeared in front of them. It was a sea of fire, and Ziqin was standing in the middle of the sea of fire. At this moment, Ziqin's eyes were completely closed, and he didn't use any strength. Seeing this scene, Huidi was surprised. The princess' expression also changed when she saw Ziqin pass through the sea of fire. He's completely relying on his perception and didn't use any strength. The sea of fire can't do anything to him. His body strength is also not bad. If he can really walk out like this, it'll be very good. Looking at Ziqin in the sea of fire, Huidi gave his evaluation. The princess didn't say anything, but she had already made up her mind. If he could really walk here without using any strength, then she would let him be her guard. As for her background, the princess didn't want to investigate because she was confident that she could suppress such a guard. Even if he was sent by someone with ulterior motives, she was not afraid. "Why aren't you coming in? Do you have something to say?" At this moment, a voice rang out from inside. A young man with a sword on his back walked out. When he saw the princess and Huidi looking ahead, he also subconsciously glanced ahead. A very interesting demon. He's going to rely on his perception and strength to get through here. He's very interesting, Wang Di added. There really are quite a few hidden dragons and crouching tigers under the princess. I'd like to see this guard. I just don't know how long he can last against me, said the young man with the sword on his back. This time, no one answered him because Ziqin had already reached the end of the sea of fire. As he stepped out, the sea of fire disappeared. Then, when Ziqin opened his eyes, he saw 3 people in front of him. One was a spiritual body of the Hu clan, and the other was a spiritual body of the Sword sect. The fact that the 2 of them appeared together made him think of something. He secretly wondered if the Sword sect and the Hu clan were in cahoots with the demons. "All right, let's go in quickly. Everyone's getting impatient from waiting," said the young man from the Sword sect. He then turned around and walked into the castle. "Princess, let's go." Huidi extended his hand and gestured for the princess to go first. The princess nodded and was the first to enter. Huidi followed and walked side by side with the princess. Ziqin stood outside, not knowing whether he should go in or out. Chapter 1046. Ziqin walked into the castle. This was a majestic hall. The walls of the hall were engraved with exquisite carvings. There were two other people in the hall. One was a black-clothed young man with an ordinary face, and the other was a well-built man. Zi Chen's gaze swept past the two of them, and a strange light flashed in his eyes. Just by looking at their appearances and relying on his perception, he had already guessed their identities. Zi Chen tactfully stood behind the princess. He wondered why a group of spirit bodies had gathered here and what they were after. When the princess came in, the black-clothed young man and the well-built man both stood up. After seeing the princess' face, their eyes flickered. Huidi smiled and explained, "Shachi Bameng, let me introduce you. This is the princess of the Power Demon Royal Tribe. Princess, this is Bameng from the Badao tribe, and this is Shachi from the Shaji tribe." Huidi always said that princess battle power is unparalleled, but I didn't expect your face to be even more unparalleled. Bameng smiled. Sha-Chi nodded as a form of greeting. "You're too kind." The princess nodded and said, "Let's not talk too much. Have you brought the things?" "Yes." "Why? Do you want to trade now?" Huidi said regretfully, "I've prepared some shows for you, princess. Do you want to watch?" The princess raised her hand and said, "No need, let's trade." Behind the princess, Zi Chen was very curious. Just what did someone of this level want to trade? Huidi glanced at the others and said, "If that's the case, then everyone take out your things." The others nodded and clapped their hands. The next moment, a few cultivators walked out from the rooms around the castle. They all held a long box in their hands. The box glowed, and there were many runes carved on it. Zi Chen knew a bit about formations, and he immediately recognized that the runes were some kind of seal. Seeing these rectangular boxes, the princess's cold face relaxed slightly. Huidi said, "Bameng, Shachi, this is your first time here. According to the rules, you should introduce your things first." Bameng and Sha-Chi looked at each other. Bameng smiled and gestured for Sha-Chi to go first. "This is a sword without an owner. My spirit is about to reach the peak." After a brief introduction, Sha-Chi opened the box. Suddenly, a brilliant light appeared from the box. Inside the box was a lightsaber that was emitting a brilliant rainbow light. On the surface of the rainbow light, there was a layer of seal. Seeing the light sword, a strange expression appeared on Zi Chen's face. Even with the seal, the light within the sword was still so dazzling. It could be seen how extraordinary the light sword itself was. The princess glanced at the light sword. Her expression was calm, and no one could tell what she was thinking. The killing lineage really has a deep foundation. I didn't expect that other than the killing sword, there would be another spirit weapon like this. Seeing the light sword, the people from the sword school spoke. Sha-Chi glanced at the young man from the sword sect and said, "This was obtained by a senior from the sword sect. It has always been nurturing and has never recognized an owner." After killing Chi-Chi, Bameng stepped forward. He took out a black saber. The black saber was as black as ink, as if it was made from demon stones. It was very extraordinary. "This is the demonic flame saber, a spirit weapon," Bameng explained. After that, Huidi and the young man from the sword school also took out their own items. Without a doubt, they were all spirit weapons. Zi Chen was very confused. It was the first time he heard the name of a spirit weapon. So he asked in a low voice, "Princess, what is a spirit weapon?" Zi Chen's question attracted the attention of the others. A guard who didn't know anything actually dared to speak in this kind of situation. Naturally, it would attract dissatisfaction. However, since the princess didn't say anything, they naturally wouldn't say anything. "You don't know what a spirit weapon is." The princess glanced at Zi Chen with a trace of surprise in her eyes. Zi Chen shook his head. Such an impolite behavior naturally attracted the dissatisfaction of the others. "You're only in the middle stage, not the late stage. It's normal that you don't know." The princess opened her mouth and explained to Zi Chen, "Spirit weapons can also be called human-level weapons. The difference between them and human-level weapons is that there is a soul in the weapon. Of course, Zichen knew that there was a soul in the weapon. His dragon soul spear was a spirit weapon. The true nobility of a spirit weapon lies in its ability to grow and transform into an earth-level weapon. Of course, being able to transform is one thing. Being able to complete the transformation is another. The princess glanced at Zichen and said, "Every earthly origin realm martial artist wishes to have an earth-level weapon. Therefore, most of them start from the human origin realm to nurture their own spirit weapon. Of course, it's impossible to be 100% successful. Perhaps at the moment of transformation, the spirit weapon will disintegrate and dissipate." Zichen frowned and said, "In other words, not every earthly origin realm martial artist has an earth-level weapon." "Of course," the princess said. Not far away, Huadi smiled and said, "We don't know what the probability is for you demons, but for us humans, out of 10 earthly origin realm martial artists, only 1 or 2 have an earth-level weapon." Zichen's expression changed again. He never thought that there would be such a shortage of earth-level weapons. He asked again, "Why are there so few earth-level weapons?" "You should be referring to the ordinary earthly origin realm martial artists, not the earthly origin realm martial artists of your aristocratic families." Zichen subconsciously thought of the earth spiritual weapon as an elixir weapon. Back in the chaotic lands, there were many elixir essences, but not everyone had an elixir weapon. Elixir weapons were very scarce, but that was only for rogue cultivators. For the big forces, an elixir weapon was nothing. Earth-level weapons are not like other weapons. Every spirit weapon that has been successfully promoted to earth-level weapon will only be loyal to one person. Once this person dies, the earth-level weapon will automatically disintegrate. The spirit weapon will scatter and the weapon will shatter. Therefore, earth-level weapons are very rare at any time. This time, Zichen was extremely moved. Earth-level weapons would actually disintegrate because of the death of their owner. No wonder earth-level weapons were so rare. And now, he finally understood why there were so few earthly origin realm martial artists who used earth-level weapons. Obviously, they didn't care about the power of spirit weapons, but they didn't have earth-level weapons. They could only use their bodies and techniques to attack. Zichen's horizons were broadened today. At the same time, he decided to properly nurture the dragon soul spear. "Princess, for this transaction, I don't know if you want to pick 1 or 2 weapons or exchange all of them." Zichen still had some questions, but the others were too lazy to explain. Huadi opened his mouth, and everyone went back to business. The princess's gaze swept across the 4 weapons. After pondering for a moment, she said, "I want to exchange all of them." All of them. Everyone's expression immediately changed. Some were surprised and some were happy. Among them, Shachi thought for a moment and said, "According to the rules, 1 for 2. But my sword is very special. I'm going to exchange 1 for 3. Special." The princess looked at Shachi. Shachi reached into the long box and grabbed the long sword. His other hand stretched out 2 fingers and drew on the sword. The seal on the light sword was instantly unlocked. The next moment, a loud sword sound was heard. The entire hall was filled with brilliant light. The colorful light overflowed, and it was like a fairyland. A sharp sword intent was released from the sword. It was extremely fierce, overbearing, and sharp. In the oppressive aura, there was also a chill. Zichen actually felt a dangerous aura from the long sword. This sword could threaten his life. He immediately exclaimed, "What a great spirit weapon!" Obviously, the quality of this spirit weapon was far superior to Zichen's Dragon Soul Spear. Of course, it wasn't that the Dragon Soul Spear was inferior. It was just that the Dragon Soul Spear hadn't grown to this level yet. The oppressive aura disappeared in the next moment. The sword of colorful light was put away by Shachi again. It was resealed in the long box. The light in the princess' eyes also disappeared with the seal of the long sword. She nodded and said, Okay, 1 for 3. The others were immediately moved. They also didn't want to be outdone. They all showed the uniqueness of their weapons, hoping to exchange for one more. Several people showed off their strength. All kinds of lights were released in the hall, and all kinds of oppressive auras were released. No matter which weapon it was, Zichen could feel the same dangerous aura. His expression became much more serious. He originally planned to kill all these spirits in one fell swoop, but he was still somewhat hesitant, because if everyone worked together, he would be the one who was afraid of death. If they all used spirit weapons, he would definitely die. These spirit weapons are much higher quality than last time. 1 for 3 is definitely possible, the princess said. However, just as everyone's faces revealed joy, the princess said, "However, this time I will exchange for 2 first. After I bring them back for appraisal, I will exchange for the other 2. This sentence was really unexpected, but they believed in the princess. Moreover, both sides had made more than one deal. They lacked many things, but they didn't lack time. Okay then, which 2 do you want, princess? Fire D asked. That black knife and that colorful light sword. The princess pointed at the overlord physique and Shachi's weapons. Both of them had a look of joy on their faces. Behind the 2, a guard came forward with 2 items. The princess glanced at Zichen, and Zichen naturally understood what she meant. He quickly went forward and took them. With 2 spirit weapons in his hands, Zichen had a slight impulse to take them and run. However, it was an impulse after all. As long as it was easy to suppress, it would be fine. Then, Zichen saw the princess take out a few fist-sized black stones. These black stones were like extremely black substances in the world. They were so black that they were shiny, just like a black sun. She took out 6 pieces in a row. Each piece was the size of a fist, and 3 pieces for each person. At this moment, Zichen also understood what 1 for 3 meant. It was actually 1 spirit weapon in exchange for 3 of these black stones. Whether it was at first glance or carefully, Zichen couldn't see anything special about these black stones. However, 3 of these stones could be exchanged for a spirit weapon better than the Dragon Soul Spear. Moreover, from the looks of Tyrannical Fierce and Shachi, it was obvious that they thought they were the ones benefiting. Chapter 1047. The transaction was completed, and everyone was happy. Zichen also successfully took away the 2 spirit weapons. The princess seemed to have great trust in him. Of course, this was also because the princess was about to leave and return to the Devil's Sect City. Princess, since you're here today, it's not appropriate to go back today. Why don't you stay here for a night and leave tomorrow? Since the transaction is completed, why don't we do a show? Huidi urged her to stay. The princess looked at Huidi. Just now I noticed that the princess's guards were very unusual. Why don't we let the guards have a little competition and learn from each other? Since the servants have already gone to prepare the food, we can eat together after the competition. Yeah, even if it's a deal, it doesn't matter if it's a day or 2. The people from the sword sect also said, "All right then." The princess was about to refuse, but suddenly changed her mind. She asked, "You just said a guard competition." Huidi nodded. "Yes, a guard competition. If the princess is willing, we can place a small bet. Of course, if we win, it will be the guards." All right, the princess agreed. During this time, she didn't look at Zichen, nor did she ask for his opinion. "Who will go first?" The princess asked. "Let's start with your guard. You and I will fight, and I will bet a human-level weapon." Huidi said. Seeing that the princess was about to agree, Zichen suddenly said, "Wait." Everyone looked at the impolite Zichen. They all thought that this guard was too incompetent. Betting a human-level weapon is too boring. If we want to bet, let's bet a spirit weapon. As soon as Zichen spoke, everyone's expression immediately changed. A spirit weapon was an extremely precious item. No one would be willing to take it out to bet, especially with a guard. Zichen saw the changes in everyone's expression. He looked at Huidi and said, "There's no need for a guard to compete with me. You and I will fight, and we will bet a spirit weapon. Hiss! Gasps could be heard from all around. Everyone's expressions immediately changed. On one hand, they were sighing at the huge stakes this time. On the other hand, they felt that Chen was overestimating himself. He actually dared to bet with a spirit body and one that was one level higher than him. Huadi sneered and ridiculed. You want me to use my spirit weapon as a wager? Then what can a mere guard like you use as a wager? Chen was a straightforward person. He spread his hands and said, Of course I don't have the money to gamble, but my princess does. Just take out 3 pieces of that black stone from before. The moment Chen's words left his mouth, everyone felt a sense of suffocation and an urge to vomit blood. Black stone? Who dared to say that it was a black stone? Even the indifferent princess was rendered speechless by Chen's words. Black rock? That's easy for you to say. Do you know what it is? Huadi said coldly. I don't know. I'd like to hear the details. Huadi's face showed a trace of disdain. Idiot! That is the brilliant demon crystal. Only the demon race can produce it, and it is extremely rare. 1 piece of brilliant demon crystal can make a spirit weapon evolve into an earth spirit weapon. How dare you say that it is a black stone? Chen finally understood the function of the black stone. He was truly shocked by the effect of the brilliant demon crystal. Chen's expression changed, and Huadi saw it all. He asked with a mocking smile, What? Do you still want to bet after knowing the value of the brilliant demon crystal? Chen turned around and looked at the princess. Her expression didn't change much. Chen couldn't tell if she agreed or disagreed, but it didn't matter. He said directly, Yes, why not? The others were in an uproar. Huadi's face also showed a trace of surprise. Obviously, this person was still persisting. If he wasn't a fool, then he was confident. A mid-stage mortal origin realm cultivator naturally wouldn't be a fool. If he dared to bet, then he must be very confident. Moreover, in that instant, the group of spirit bodies guessed that this was the queen's intentional arrangement. Therefore, he was much more vigilant and careful. In fact, Huadi didn't know that the princess was thinking more than him. She even guessed that Chen's appearance was deliberately arranged by her brothers and sisters to set her up. However, a series of changes occurred in her heart. The princess was still calm. She looked at Chen and asked, How are you going to bet? This sentence obviously meant that he agreed. This made the others even more surprised. They were sure that this was premeditated. 3 attacks. Only defense is allowed, no attack is allowed. Whoever dies will lose. Chen stared at Huadi. What? Obviously, Chen's battle rules were completely out of Huadi's expectation. It also surprised the others. This was obviously a battle of life and death. One of us will attack, but we are only allowed to attack 3 times. If the other dies, we lose, Chen explained again. Huadi's face changed and asked, What about cultivation level? It doesn't matter about cultivation level, only attack and defense. If you want, I can attack you 3 times. If you die, then I naturally win. If you live, then I lose. If you attack, then it's the same. Chen explained again. What a strange battle. What a deep scheme. This is to force Huadi to attack. It seems that he is very confident in his defense. The others all had their own thoughts. The princess looked at Chen. She suddenly realized that she couldn't see through this Chen. Originally, she thought that he was a lucky guy who had extremely pure demon power. But now, it seemed that he had other secrets. Princess, what do you think? Huadi's eyes fell on the princess, asking for her opinion. The princess thought for a moment and said, I have to admit that this is the strangest way of battle I have ever seen. But I am also very curious. If you don't have any opinion, then we can start. Then you agree, princess. The princess's hand flashed, and 3 more brilliant demon crystals appeared. She said, This is the bet. Okay, let's bet. Huadi shouted. How do you choose? Chen asked. Boy, Don't play tricks in front of me and don't force me. I naturally choose the attacking side, Huadi said disdainfully. Well, for 3 attacks I will only defend. As soon as Zichen finished speaking, he urged the blood and qi in his body to form a demon power defense on the surface of his body. The crowd dispersed, leaving the battlefield to the two. Huadi was straightforward. After asking Zichen a question and getting an affirmative answer, he launched an attack. A flaming palm print, exuding blazing heat, fell on Zichen's chest. The flame energy and demon power were entangled and collided. After a breath, the demon power defense was broken, and the attack hit Zichen's chest, sending him flying. Zichen flew a full 5 meters backward, and when he landed, he retreated another 3 meters. The blood and qi in his body boiled, but he forcibly suppressed it and said, 2 more attacks. Around, no one spoke. Being able to block the first attack was naturally within expectations. Huadi snorted and said, I only used 60% of my strength. Zichen responded, then use 100% of your strength next time. The princess stared at Zichen, but Zichen looked very calm. Behind this calmness was a strong confidence that he would win. Go to hell. Killing intent flashed in Huadi's eyes as he clenched his fist. His entire fist burned with flames. This punch of his tore through space and struck directly at Zichen. Pum! The second magic power armor formed around Zichen was instantly shattered. Powerful forces entered his body and began to destroy Zichen, wanting to kill him. Inside Zichen's body, the perfect body began to exert strength, dispelling the external forces one after another. As he didn't dare expose himself, Zichen held back. Uffed. His body kept retreating until he reached the door. His face flushed red, and he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Then his face turned pale. Zichen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and grinned sinisterly. This is 100% strength. It's nothing much. Everyone was completely moved. Despite being a realm lower than a spirit body, he was still able to withstand 2 strikes. This was truly extraordinary. Just this point alone made their guards far inferior to him. What a strong defense, as expected of the power demon lineage, which is known for its strength. Yes, the power demon lineage has extraordinary strength. Unfortunately, if he was in the late stage of the human origin realm, he might be able to withstand 3 strikes from Huadi. However, with a realm difference, no matter how strong his defense is, he will definitely die under Huadi's 3rd strike. Zichen had blocked 2 of the attacks, but the others were still confident in Huadi. After all, Huadi was a spirit body, an undefeatable and invincible spirit body. With a difference of 1 realm, he could even kill a spirit body, let alone a mere power demon. Blazing, heart-piercing fist, Huadi roared and struck out a 3rd strike. The hall was completely filled with flames as an extremely powerful and violent aura appeared. Huadi's fist had completely turned into flames. The flames seemed to have a soul and became extremely terrifying. The flames rose and went straight for Zichen's heart. As the name suggested, it was going to pierce through the heart. Huadi was very confident in this strike. Bang! Before the fist arrived, the demonic armor on Zichen's body exploded. Inside Zichen's body, the golden blood began to circulate. Strands of energy formed a defense inside his body. Boom! The fist landed squarely on Zichen's chest. The endless flames engulfed Zichen. At the same time, the powerful force also sent Zichen flying. Zichen, who was sent flying, heavily smashed into the closed door, triggering the seal there. With a flash of fire, Zichen was once again sent flying. He fell to the ground and rolled a few times. Everyone's eyes widened as they stared at Zichen. They wanted to see if Zichen was still alive. However, the flames were still burning, and they couldn't hear Zichen's screams. They couldn't tell if Zichen was still alive or not. This strike will definitely pierce through his heart and destroy his soul. He won't be able to survive. Huidi was very confident in this strike. The princess's calm face revealed a trace of nervousness. She wasn't nervous about winning or losing, but about Ziqin. Obviously, this was a demon with great potential. It would be a pity if he died like this. The flames on Ziqin's body slowly dissipated, revealing a pitch-black body. It was just that a moment ago it was the original black of a demon, but now it was charred black. He's dead, right? He's burned like this. Chapter 1048. The charred corpse on the ground moved. Even if it was just a tiny movement of a finger, it was enough to attract everyone's attention. The confident Huidi's face suddenly drained of all color. His pale face was filled with shock and disbelief. How could he be alive? Why wasn't he dead? Ziqin was indeed alive. After the charred corpse twitched a little, it began to move more frequently. The first thing everyone saw was the charred arm slowly supporting itself against the ground. Then, with some strength, the charred corpse began to stand up. He's not dead. He's really not dead. Heavens, this is unbelievable. The horns on his head are gone, but he's still alive. Everyone found it unbelievable as they cried out. The demonic horns on Ziqin's head were gone. In fact, he had already revealed his human form. But because of his charred skin, he wasn't completely exposed. These spirit bodies didn't know much about demons, nor did they know the importance of the demonic horns to them. However, Princess knew. At that moment, her mouth was slightly agape and her face was filled with shock. Clearly, this was the first time she had seen a demon who had lost his demonic horns and was still alive. What was even stranger was that there was no blood on his head or body despite his demonic horns being blown away. There was only a mouthful of red blood that had evaporated at some point in time. After Ziqin got up, he didn't say a word. Instead, he circulated his perfect power over and over again and began to heal his body. Since he couldn't show his full strength in front of everyone, he was naturally injured. Furthermore, his injuries were very serious, almost life-threatening. Thankfully, the perfect body was extraordinary. As long as he still had a breath, he could preserve his life and allow Ziqin to recover at the fastest speed possible. The second mouthful of blood was deliberately spat out by Ziqin after he had completely extracted the power of the golden blood. However, just one mouthful took quite a bit of time and effort. Therefore, he didn't have the time to deliberately vomit blood, so he decided not to vomit it. Everyone was completely shocked, so they clearly didn't care about such a small detail. Ziqin's injuries were rapidly recovering under the perfect body. At the same time, he looked up at Huidi. Ziqin's body was black, but his eyes were bright. He said to Huidi, "I won." Everyone naturally followed Ziqin's line of sight and saw Huidi, whose expression was rather ugly. Everyone had different thoughts in their hearts. However, the gloating in their eyes was the same. Losing a spirit weapon was something that no one could accept. "Huidi, you've lost. You're not going to go back on your word, are you?" The princess suddenly spoke up. Huidi snorted and said, Huidi, am not a sore loser. I admit that I lost, but I don't admit that he won." "What do you mean?" "This is a bet between both parties. He just explained the rules, so it's my turn now. Again, we'll have 3 strikes. If he can kill me, I'll give him 2 soul armaments. If he can't, then we'll forget about it." The princess' expression turned ugly. She scolded, "You're being shameless. This is the second time we've made a bet. When we were gambling, I didn't say that we would only gamble once," Fire Emperor said. Although the others didn't like Huidi's behavior, they could understand. After all, it was a spirit weapon. No one would be willing to give it away for free. Therefore, they all remained silent. Ziqin's injuries were almost healed. He suddenly asked, "You have 2 soul armaments on you. 1 for the trade and 1 for myself. Why? Are you willing to gamble with me?" Huidi looked at Ziqin in surprise. He had intended to go back on his word, but he didn't expect that the other party would actually say that. "Why wouldn't I want something that's delivered to me for free?" Ziqin asked back with a trace of ridicule on his face. "Mo Chen, do you know what you're doing? This is a bet. Do you have the confidence to kill him in 3 strikes? The princess said. Zichen said, Of course I have the confidence. Ha! Huodi laughed. Good, it's good to have confidence. I'm afraid that you don't even have the confidence. Don't say that I'm bullying you. This time, I'll let you have 2 more strikes so you can have 5 strikes. Zichen's eyes lit up. You're the one who said that. Of course. I, Huodi, am a man of my words. If I let you have 5 strikes, then I'll have 5 strikes. The laughing Huodi's smile quickly froze, because Zichen had stepped forward, stretched out his black hand, and slapped him across the face. The crisp sound spread throughout the surroundings. At this moment, everyone was just like Huodi, dumbfounded. Seeing the 4 black fingerprints on Huodi's face, Zichen laughed. 1 strike for strikes left. You. Huodi's face turned red from anger. He roared at Zichen, You dare hit me? Why wouldn't I dare? We're betting. But I didn't expect your defense to be so strong. Not only did I not kill you, I didn't even injure you. Facing Zichen's ridicule, Huodi wanted to vomit blood. The surrounding people all smiled, obviously understanding what Zichen was thinking. He just wanted to disgust Huodi, knowing that he couldn't get the spirit weapon. He just wanted to humiliate him. This method was really shameless. Princess had already guessed Zichen's intention. After all, they were both demons, and she was also very ashamed of Huodi's actions. She immediately said, Amo Chen, Huodi's defense is still very strong. You have to use more strength. Zichen turned his head and said, As you command. After saying that, he turned around again, and another slap came down. This time, the slap was even louder. It was as if Zichen had created his own invincible slap technique. Huodi's body spun around 3 times. Damn it, do you know what you're doing? The guard beside Huodi shouted, and at the same time, he stepped forward to stop Zichen. Get lost. Zichen shouted. Can't you see that we're betting? Betting? You're obviously insulting him. The guard shouted again. This slap made Huodi dizzy and he was burning with anger. He had completely lost his mind. Previously, he was still holding up his defense, waiting for Zichen to attack. But the other party was completely humiliating him. He also expected that the other party knew that he couldn't kill him and wanted to disgust him. Therefore, he gave up his defense and was completely furious, his eyes spitting fire. But just as he withdrew his defense, Zichen's eyes suddenly had a murderous intent. He clenched his fist and punched out, and a golden light flashed. The 2 of them were very close. Huodi roared and wanted to question Zichen, but he didn't expect Zichen to suddenly attack. When he reacted, it was already too late. The golden light of the fist drowned Huodi, and a strong force began to attack his body. This attack, other than being terrifying, was even more terrifying because it didn't have the huge pushing force to push his body back. Therefore, Zichen struck out 2 more lightning-fast attacks. For the first attack, he punched out again, and a strong force came out of his fist, pouring into Huodi's body like a tide, rushing up his soul and down into abdomen. Then the second attack, which was also the 5th attack, changed Zichen's fist into a claw, and directly broke through Huodi's defense, piercing through his chest, and then pulled out a beating heart. The last 3 attacks happened as fast as lightning, so fast that it was inconceivable and so fast that no one could react. By the time the surrounding people cried out, the battle was already over. The golden light dissipated, and Huodi's lifeless body fell to the ground. Bang! Huodi's body fell to the ground, making a loud sound. Only then did the crowd react. Dead, the spirit body Huodi was actually dead, and within the stipulated range he was killed in 5 attacks. While the crowd was still in shock, Zichen had already taken off Huodi's spirit ring with lightning speed. At the same time, he looked at Huodi's guard with a smile, saying, I won. This spirit weapon should be mine. Huodi's death, the guard was still in shock. Hearing Zichen's words, he subconsciously wanted to take back the spirit weapon, but he suddenly felt his hand loosening. Then a huge force landed on his body, and his body involuntarily flew back. Another spirit weapon. Zi Qin quickly put away the box, and a smile appeared on his face. Around him, the crowd was still in a daze. Huidi was dead, and he was the master of this ancient castle. But now the master was actually dead. The princess's beautiful eyes were wide open, and her face was filled with disbelief. Everything was too inconceivable. What you used just now was not demonic energy. Who are you? Suddenly, a loud shout rang out, and it was Ba Meng who first recovered from his shock. Only then did the others remember that what killed Huidi was a golden light and not a pitch-black demonic energy. They all stared at Zi Chen with unkind eyes. Who I am is not important. What's important is that I killed Huidi within the stipulated range of the bet I won, right? Zi Chen's body was still charred black, and at this moment, only 2 rows of white teeth could be seen when he smiled. Zi Chen was brought here by the princess, and the others' gazes fell on the princess, but they found that the shock and doubt on her face was no less than theirs. Damn it! Why is there no spirit weapon? This bastard is lying. Zi Chen's angry voice suddenly rang out. He checked Huidi's spirit ring, and there was no spirit weapon inside. The others' gazes towards Zi Chen became extremely strange, but at this time Ba Meng turned into a ray of light and rushed towards the dead Huidi, courting death. Zi Chen shouted, and his figure flashed, rushing towards Ba Meng. Then the crowd saw a golden figure closely stick to Ba Meng. Then the golden figure began to flash, and various battle skills were shot out. The speed was so fast that it was almost as dense as raindrops in a storm, and the sound of banging was constantly heard. Ba Meng was tightly stuck and facing the storm-like attacks. He could only passively defend and could not take the initiative to attack. At the same time, his body was constantly retreating, but no matter how he retreated, he could not avoid the golden figure. Damn it, this is a close combat skill. You're an ancient race. These were the last words that Ba Meng said after his life was threatened, and he exploded with all his strength. After that, he spent the rest of his life being chased by Zi Chen. Zi Chen's every punch, every kick, and every finger was used to the extreme, and it was enough to injure Ba Meng, but not enough to send him flying. Every time he lost control, Zi Chen would gently pull him back. Chapter 1049. Golden light flickered and flickered. A powerful aura surged in the hall. This power made everyone's expression change and fear. After circling the hall with a combo, Domineering's injuries finally reached their limits. His body was fractured in many places and blood was gushing out of his body. His entire body was on the verge of collapse. Pum! In the end, Domineering's body exploded and his soul was obliterated. Another spirit body died, and it was from a powerful blow. His body exploded and blood rained down. Flesh splattered everywhere. A pair of black finger gloves fell in front of Zi Chen. The finger gloves weren't stained with blood. Black light lingered around them, and they looked quite extraordinary. Zi Chen reacted quickly and put them away without a word. If it weren't for the finger gloves, Domineering wouldn't have been able to last a round in the hall against Zi Chen's sudden full-force combo. One had to know that in this round, Zi Chen had attacked more than 1,000 times, which was equivalent to Domineering defending more than 1,000 times. Ba Meng had been able to block over 1,000 of Zi Chen's attacks when he hadn't been on guard. If he had been on guard, Zi Chen wouldn't have been able to kill him in such a short period of time. All of this was because of the severed finger glove. If Zi Chen's guess wasn't wrong, the severed finger glove was Ba Meng's spirit weapon. Zi Chen could sense that the spirit in them was extremely special. Furthermore, they were much more precious than sword-type spirit weapons. To Zi Chen, the finger gloves were extremely suitable for him. Therefore, he happily put on the finger gloves. Although he hadn't refined them yet, Zi Chen could still feel a force fusing into his hands. You're not a demon. You're an ancient. You have a perfect body. A loud cry sounded. In the surroundings, Only the sword grandmaster, Shachi, and the princess were left. The 4 guards had already retreated far away, their faces full of shock. Shachi had been hiding in the dark when Ba Meng died. At the same time, Zichen felt that the hall was filled with a murderous intent, and this murderous intent had already locked onto him. It seemed that Shachi, who was hiding in the dark, could attack at any time. The sword sect spirit body stood in front of Zichen and stared at Zichen with a cold gaze. The long sword on his back began to glow as sword was transmitted from the scabbard. He was ready for battle. What happened today was completely out of his expectations. 2 great spiritual bodies were plotted against by a mere guard and killed. You're not from the demon clan, you're a human. At that moment, the princess spoke up. Her beautiful eyes stared coldly at Zichen. I should have realized earlier that there was something wrong with you. You don't know anything about the devil race. You don't recognize Wangling, and you don't even know about the brilliant devil crystal. The princess said again, her expression both shocked and angry. She was naturally shocked that Zichen was actually a human and had even fooled her. She was angry that the 2 soul weapons she had just exchanged were still on him. It's common knowledge that the perfect physique can change one's appearance, but I didn't expect it to be able to turn into a devil and even evolve demonic power. You should be an ancient, perfect physique, said the sword sect spirit body. Only an ancient, perfect physique can do this. The perfect physique is on the ancient road of the ancient race. How can it be here? He's not a perfect physique, said the princess with certainty. A perfect physique referred to a human. This was also an existence that had killed a spiritual body and had a reputation. It was natural for others to know about it. If he's not a perfect physique, is there a second perfect physique in the world? The sword sect spirit body frowned. Mo Chin, Zichen. He must be Zichen. The princess stared at Zichen with great certainty. However, upon hearing this name, the sword sect spirit body's expression changed drastically as he looked ahead in shock. Zichen. This was practically a taboo name. For many years, it was the first name that had humiliated a spiritual body. Furthermore, it was an existence that had continued to humiliate the spiritual body after it had been humiliated. Zichen. That's impossible. He has already died in Lightning Divine Palace. After recovering from his shock, the sword sect spirit body quickly thought of this problem. You know Zichen? He's still alive. A few days ago, he even killed a genius of our power demon clan and escaped from the hands of an earthly origin realm expert. The 2 of them exchanged words and actually managed to guess Zichen's identity. Zichen laughed out loud as his body flashed with golden lightning. In the next moment, his pitch-black body returned to normal as he regained his human appearance. Dressed in black, he had a slender figure and a handsome appearance. He was rather compatible with the princess who was dressed in tight-fitting black clothes. It's really you, Zichen. Even Lightning Divine Palace failed to kill you. The sword sect spirit body's pupils constricted as he exclaimed. As for the other 4 guards, they were horrified. Their eyes were filled with shock and horror as they looked at Zichen. They who had already retreated to a corner of the hall and were on the verge of fleeing. Their reaction after hearing Zichen's name was completely out of the princess's expectations. This was because she didn't know Zichen before. She had only heard of him recently after learning that Mo Fen was dead. She didn't know much about Zichen either. She only remembered his name because she felt that he was extraordinary. However, it seemed that this name had an extraordinary origin and identity. After all, she had chatted with Hudi and the others back then. They had talked about the experts among humans, and naturally they were all spiritual bodies. There were also some existences that were comparable to spiritual bodies. Among them, there were ancient race, perfect bodies, but there wasn't the name Zichen. Furthermore, back then, none of the spiritual bodies had mentioned Zichen. But today, the spiritual body's expression changed at the mention of Zichen. If the princess still couldn't tell that Zichen was extraordinary, she would be a real fool. Of course, the princess didn't know the history of Zi-Chen's fame. If she knew, she would be able to guess why the spiritual body didn't mention Zi-Chen. Firstly, it believed that Zi-Chen was dead. Secondly, it was because Zi-Chen's rise was achieved by stepping on the spiritual body's head. No one would talk about such humiliation all day long. Just as everyone was reeling in shock, Zi-Chen swaggered towards the dead Huidi. If he wasn't wrong, Huidi's soul weapon should be in his body. Pow! Huidi's body exploded into ashes, revealing a palm-sized sword. It's indeed here. Zi-Chen chuckled and bent down to pick up the small sword. No one dared to step forward. A sword beam suddenly tore through space and stabbed at the back of Zi-Chen's head. Only when the sword beam arrived did boundless killing intent sweep through the hall. Sha-7 decisively seized the opportunity to kill Zi-Chen in one strike. However, he didn't notice that when he bent down, Zi-Chen's expression had already changed. The sword beam pierced through the back of Zi-Chen's head. Sha-7 felt like he had stabbed into a corporeal body. There were already dark red bloodstains on the tip of his sword. However, he felt that the area in front of the tip of his sword suddenly became empty. Zi-Chen was still there, but he seemed to have turned into an illusion. Just as he realized that something was amiss and was about to retreat, he felt his vision darken. A brick-like object emitted a sonorous sword hum as it rapidly slapped at his face. Pum! The miniaturized sword steel was held in Zi-Chen's hand and hit Sha-7's face. Half of his cheek was directly smashed in, and blood splattered everywhere. Similarly, such a powerful blow also severely injured Sha-7 and sent him flying backward. However, before Zi-Chen could chase after him, a loud sword hum sounded throughout the hall again. A sword beam like a waterfall appeared from a few meters away and went straight for Zi-Chen's back. It was the sword master spiritual body. Because he knew how powerful Zi-Chen was, he decisively chose this moment to launch a sneak attack. Boom! Beside Zi-Chen, there was an explosion. A second sword steel appeared in front of him, blocking the sneak attack of the sword chi. Kill him, or we'll be the ones to die. The sword master spiritual body yelled. The long sword in his hand emitted a dragon's roar. Sword chi that made Zi-Chen feel extremely dangerous appeared one after another and attacked him. In the four corners, the 4 guards all attacked when they heard this. Although they were guards, they were also in the late stage of the human origin realm, and their combat ability was comparable to that of a higher heaven realm warrior. Now that they joined forces to attack, they formed a formidable force. 9 levels formation! Zi-Chen yelled. More sword steels appeared around him. 4 of them formed a defense, and the other 4 became attacks. They flew in 4 directions. The sword steel went straight for Jianzong's spiritual body like a wall. Everywhere it passed, everything was destroyed, and the sound of explosions kept ringing out. The sword master spiritual body slashed at the sword steel, but it only made sparks. He naturally recognized that it was the treasure of his sword master spiritual body. His expression changed drastically and he dodged to the side. Pow! The sword steel went straight and hit his guard. The guard's body instantly exploded. At the same time, the other 2 sword steels also destroyed 2 guards. Another sword steel directly knocked Sha-7 out. He was already severely injured and he kept vomiting blood. Boom! In the hall, the spiritual chi suddenly became violent. Sha-7's injuries had reached the limit. He activated the spiritual body's special magic to recover. Open! Zi-Chen yelled. He controlled the sword steel with his spiritual thoughts and smashed it at the place where the spiritual chi gathered. With a loud bang, the entire castle began to tremble. The place where the spiritual chi gathered was smashed by the sword steel. Sha-7's body fell down. He had been smashed to death. The assassin who was known as the 7th ranked had died so sullenly. It wasn't that he wasn't strong enough, but that Zi-Chen was too strong. In addition, with the yin-yang eyes, his every move was seen by Zichen. It was reasonable that Sha 7 died. "Princess, hurry up and do something, or he'll kill everyone." Sha 7 was dead, and only the sword master spiritual body was left. He hurriedly shouted for help. The princess was more and more surprised, but she didn't intend to do anything. Instead, she took 2 steps back as if to say, "It's none of my business." The 4th guard died under the sword steel. The 8 sword steels returned, and only Zichen and the sword master spiritual body were left to fight. One had a soul spiritual weapon, and the other had 8 sword steels. Naturally, another fierce battle followed. The battle was very fierce. The 2 used all their skills in an instant. While the battle was fierce, it also indicated that the battle would be over when all the skills were used. In the end, the sword steel won. Zichen won and destroyed the sword master spiritual body. Chapter 1050. There was a sword mark on the back of Zichen's head, which had almost pierced through his skull. Blood flowed down his hair. This was the result of Sha Qi's sneak attack. Although Zichen had already discovered the opponent's intention, he was still injured by the fierce attack. At this moment, he coldly looked at the princess. In the entire hall, only the 2 of them were alive. The princess looked surprised, but her expression was still calm. She quietly watched Zichen put away the spirit weapon, and then gave him a cold, murderous look. She was not afraid, and instead asked, "Why are you looking at me like that? Are you going to return my spirit weapon?" "What spirit weapon?" Zichen asked, and then he walked step by step towards the princess. "You want to act shamelessly too?" The princess asked again. Zichen threatened, "Do you want your life or your things?" The princess did not hesitate and answered decisively, "Of course, I want your life." As soon as she finished speaking, a black light flashed, and she had already kicked out at Zichen. Her straight and smooth jade-like leg ruthlessly kicked at Zichen with unimaginable power, causing the space to howl. "Pung!" Zichen raised his hand and blocked in front of him. His palm came into contact with the jade-like leg, neutralizing the huge force. The princess turned around and swept her other leg towards Zichen. This time, she actually aimed for Zichen's lower body. Her attack was vicious and ruthless. Zichen raised his foot to block, and there was another rumbling sound. The space rippled, and the 2 figures swayed as they both retreated. The princess shouted and swept her palm towards Zichen's face. At this moment, she was also using a close combat technique. However, compared to Zichen's close combat techniques, the princess technique was more elegant, and she even maintained some distance from Zichen. This was probably a close combat technique, specially designed for women. When there was no physical contact between the 2, it could still be used to great effect. Zichen countered every move and kept blocking. At the same time, he wanted to dash forward and fight the princess in close combat. But every time he got close, he would be pushed away by an unknown force. The princess' true combat strength was not any weaker than the spirit body, especially in close combat. Once the spirit body was closed in, it would not end well. In the hall, the sound of metal and black energy continuously scattered in all directions. The crisp sound of jade breaking could be heard in the hall. "Pa!" Zichen raised his hand and grabbed the princess' jade-like arm. In the next moment, a surge of power came from her arm, knocking Zichen away. Zichen's right hand was like a golden snake, coiling around the princess's arm in an attempt to restrain her. Shameless, the princess roared angrily. The power in her arm vibrated, and after shaking off Zichen once again, she pulled back, her movements graceful and agile. Swish, 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 swish. The 2's figures kept changing. During this time, various close combat techniques were used. The golden and black light flickered and flickered from time to time. Originally, it was Zichen who was beaten back, but after Zichen's close combat combo, it was the princess who retreated and Zichen who advanced. A close combat combo had to be close, so when Zichen advanced, the princess slashed and attacked. At the same time, she retreated, increasing the distance between her and Zichen. At first glance, the two's fighting style looked as if Zichen was trying to use force, while the princess kept resisting and forcing him back. Feeling that Zichen's attacks were getting fiercer and fiercer, the princess's expression changed. She collided with Zichen and then used the momentum to retreat. However, she suddenly found that her ankle was grabbed by Zichen, and Zichen was smiling coldly at her. Shameless. The princess's body spun in the air, and then she launched dozens of kicks at Zichen. Zichen's hands were constantly moving, sometimes passing through the many illusions and grabbing the princess's ankle. Seeing that her feet were about to be grabbed by Zichen, the princess felt helpless. She formed a hand seal, and a black light flashed as a sharp technique attack appeared, slashing towards Zichen's face. Zichen's hands turned into a golden light, blocking this attack. The princess used the momentum to retreat, distancing herself from Zichen. At the same time, she was afraid that Zichen would come close, so she was on guard. The two of them had only fought for a few minutes, but the princess was already covered in sweat. The battle had been too intense, and she could not afford to be careless. If she made a mistake, she would either be at a disadvantage or be captured. The princess stared at Zichen, and her beautiful face was filled with anger. Her chest heaved up and down. She believed that her close combat skills could be ranked at the top among her siblings, and she had always been proud of it. However, after fighting with Zichen today, she realized that there was always someone better out there. Zichen did not continue to attack. Instead, he stood in the distance, coldly looking at the princess. His eyes flashed with a cold light, and his heart was naturally filled with killing intent. However, his perfect spiritual sense also detected an unusual atmosphere, so Zichen did not dare to kill her. The two of them did not speak, and both fell into silence. On the other hand, the strong one, Zichen, looked a little hesitant and was not as decisive as before. Looking at the weak side, the princess seemed to be very confident. "If you don't attack, how about we make a deal?" Suddenly, the princess spoke, her voice as cold as before. "A deal? What kind of deal?" Zichen asked. With one question and one answer, the princess had already taken the initiative, and Zichen was in a passive position. A ball of black light appeared in the princess' hand, and within it was a stone. She raised the black stone in her hand and said, "Give me those 2 spirit weapons, and I'll give you 1 brilliant devil crystal." Zichen's face was filled with disdain, and he mocked. "Do you think I'm an idiot? Previously, you used 3 brilliant devil crystals to exchange for 1 spirit weapon, and now you want to use 1 to exchange for 2 of my spirit weapons." The princess looked at Zichen and calmly said, "Those 2 spirit weapons were mine to begin with. Am I wrong?" Zichen was stunned, but he could not say anything. A rare trace of awkwardness appeared on his cold face. Along the way, although he had killed and robbed many people, this was the first time he had robbed a woman. Moreover, this was not a simple robbery, but more like reneging on a debt. Seeing the flash of awkwardness on Zichen's face, the princess' lips curled into a faint smile. "She's a demon, not a woman. She's an enemy of humanity. By robbing her, you're actually helping humanity." Feeling somewhat apologetic, Zichen began to find excuses for himself. Just as he was about to be convinced by himself, he suddenly remembered that when he was bullied by those forces, didn't they also find high-sounding excuses? And now he was robbing a woman's things, and he was still trying to find excuses for himself. Wasn't this the same situation as them? Damn it! I, Zichen, only do things according to my heart. Suddenly, the awkwardness on Zichen's face disappeared, and his expression became cold again. Just when the princess thought he was going to kill her, or attack her again, or even bargain, she saw Zichen actually take out the 2 spirit weapons from before and throw them to her without hesitation. This is yours. Take it, Zi Chen said coldly. The princess subconsciously took the box. When she looked at Zi Chen again, her gaze had become extremely complicated. There was surprise, doubt, and even admiration. Although you're a demon, you're also a woman. I don't want to kill you for no reason. I've given you the thing, and you've taken me out of Demon Sect City. From now on, we don't owe each other anything. With that, Zi Chen lifted his foot and was about to leave. Wait. The princess suddenly spoke. Zi Chen turned his head and said coldly, You still have something to do. The princess smiled and said, I just said that I want to make a deal with you. Naturally, I have to keep my word. This thing is yours. The princess raised the brilliant devil crystal in her hand again. No need. Keep it for yourself. Zi Chen waved his hand and strode away. The princess didn't urge him to stay. Instead, she said indifferently, The brilliant devil crystal is divided into 3 grades in the demon race. They are the common grade, the best grade, and the saint grade. The one we just traded was the best grade. 3 for 1 spirit weapon. And the best grade has a 70% chance of transforming a spirit weapon. And the one in my hand is known as the saint grade. There aren't many of them in the demon race. The chances of it transforming a spirit weapon is 100%. Ahead, Zi Chen had already stopped. He turned around and carefully examined the brilliant devil crystal in the princess' hand. Sure enough, he found that it was different from the previous one. An awkward look appeared on his face upon seeing this. After all, he had thought that the other party was deliberately trying to extort him, and he had even generously offered the items he wanted. However, who would have thought that the other party was genuinely interested in making a deal with him, and had actually offered him saint-grade brilliant devil crystals? The princess chuckled and threw the brilliant devil crystal to Zi Chen. Because the saint-grade brilliant devil crystal was too precious, Zi Chen subconsciously caught it. You know what's good for you. I'll spare your life today. In order to hide the embarrassment in his heart, Zi Chen left behind a ruthless sentence, then turned around and left. Zi Chen blasted open the castle's gate, shattering the restrictions. Then, Zi Chen walked out of the castle's main hall. As soon as he left, the space beside the princess began to distort. Then, a devil wrapped in a black robe walked out of it. Your Highness, why did you let him go? As soon as the devil appeared, he asked in confusion, You wanted to kill him. He had killing intent in his heart before wanting to kill your Highness. Moreover, he killed many of our devil race. This kind of person has great potential and will definitely be a great enemy of our devil race in the future. We should take advantage of the fact that he has yet to mature to kill him. The devil was puzzled. Your Highness, why didn't you kill him? Why did you give him the saint-grade, brilliant devil crystal? Killing him would be easy, but wouldn't that mean we would lose a friend? Today he killed the 4 great spirits, not just for the sake of the soul weapons, but also because of a grudge. You also said that his potential is very high, so wouldn't it be better for him to help us fight against those clans? Also, although he is a human, I have to say that his character is really good. Just the fact that he was able to give us 2 soul weapons means that he is much stronger than the others. Those things originally belonged to your Highness. It's only right for him to give them to your Highness. But the item is with him, so it belongs to him. However, it's not that easy to take my saint-grade demon brilliance crystal. Go back and investigate Zi Chen's background. If there's a need, go and inform those families that Zi Chen killed their spiritual bodies. Since the spirits are dead, I don't think they will sit still and wait for death. Indeed, it's better to let them bite each other, said the devil. Chapter 1051. Zi Chen thought he was being merciful by sparing the princess's life, but he didn't know that the princess was protected by an Earth origin realm expert. To be more precise, the princess let him go. Walking out of the castle, he saw the 4 demons waiting outside. They also saw him and were startled, but they didn't say anything. Zi Chen's expression changed, but he didn't kill them in the end. However, Just as he was about to leave, Zichen turned around and looked at the flaming castle again. It was huge, imposing, and majestic. Zichen's eyes began to flicker with a strange light. What is he doing? The four demons were waiting outside with nothing to do. Suddenly, they saw the human who just came out and started to run around the castle at high speed. Each of them had a strange expression. While Zichen was running, a golden light would occasionally shoot out from between his fingers and land somewhere on the ground. It looks like he's trying to break the array. But is he crazy? Why is he trying to break the air-sealing domain here? Isn't he a guest in the castle? Why is he trying to break the array? Is he venting his anger because the deal failed? The four demons were very puzzled and also very puzzled. Breaking the air-sealing domain wasn't difficult for Zichen at all. It didn't take him much effort to break the array. In the next moment, he flew above the castle and took out the purple gold gourd. The mouth of the gourd pointed down, aiming at the flaming castle. Just as the four demons were stunned, an illusory light sprinkled from the mouth of the gourd, covering the entire castle. Then a strong suction force appeared, and the castle began to tremble. Heavens, he's trying to take the castle by force. Who is he? Is he really crazy? He's even trying to take the castle away. Her Highness is still inside. If he takes the castle away, what will happen to Her Highness? Just as the four of them were shouting, two more people flew out of the castle. It was the princess and Emoing. When the two came out, the four demons hurriedly bowed. At the same time, one of them pointed at Zichen and said, "Your Highness, look over there. Someone is crazy." The two of them looked up and saw Zichen in the air. Their expressions immediately changed. How much hatred does Zichen have for the Hu family? Not only did he kill someone, he even wants to take away the blazing flame castle. The princess's beautiful eyes flashed. Even the demon shadow found it inconceivable. The psychedelic light finally completely covered the entire castle. Some of the odd job workers in the castle were sealed by the psychedelic light before they could rush out of the castle due to their slow reactions. Keep! Amidst the loud shout, the ancient castle trembled violently and then rose up from the ground. Rumbling sounds came from the ground as the ancient castle rose up bit by bit until it was completely collected. Your Highness, he took away the ancient castle. What about the people inside? A demon asked in shock. Dead, they're all dead. When the four of them heard this, their expressions were almost petrified. This was because they knew what kind of people were trading with their Highness. They were all at the spirit-body level. After Zichen took away the ancient castle, he lowered his head and glanced at the princess. When he saw the demon's shadow, his pupils shrank and he quickly left. "Let's go too," the princess said indifferently after Zichen left. The other four demons wanted to ask Emo-chin, but when they thought about how the spirit body was dead, they knew that Emo-chin wouldn't be alive either. Thus, they tactfully kept quiet. There was a palace in the Devil Sect City, specially for the princess. After she returned, she sent people to inquire about Zichen. Soon, the information about Zichen was sent over. When she saw the battle record, she was shocked. Other than his magnificent battle record, the number of enemies Zichen had greatly exceeded the princess's expectations. Other than the ancient race, he had offended all the major powers in the Tianwu continent. Furthermore, he had the heavenly book that humans yearned for even in their dreams. This Zichen is really not ordinary. The princess's eyes flashed with a strange light. On the second day, the news of the spirit body being killed spread again. This time, it was accompanied by the appearance of Zichen, the Hua clan, the Tyrant Body, the Sha clan, and the Sword Sect. 4 spirit bodies were killed by Zichen. This was extremely explosive news. Just as the major powers were furious, the Hua clan was even more furious. Not only did their spirit body die, but even the ancient castle was taken away by Zichen. This was a great humiliation to the Hua clan. Furthermore, in these years, several spirit bodies had died. Now, A spirit body with the potential to reach the Earth origin realm had died. This made them feel incomparably sad and heartbroken. Find Ziqin and kill Ziqin. This blood debt must be paid with blood. The major families were completely enraged. They were determined to find Ziqin and kill Ziqin. The battle with the demon clan is so intense, but Ziqin still killed humans. He deserves to die. We must not let him go. More and more people began to look for Ziqin. They wanted to kill him. After knowing that Ziqin had established a force in the barbarian land, the major powers were even more furious. They threatened to uproot this force. Send people to destroy this force immediately. All kinds of voices came from the major families. I'm afraid that's not appropriate. That place has been completely occupied by the demon clan. If we go there rashly, I'm afraid that the demon clan will misunderstand and start a war with us. This is not appropriate. We're fighting across the continent. There's still the demon clan between us. We'll be at a disadvantage. Sober voices came from the major families. Not everyone was blinded by anger. Why do we need to send an army to destroy a mere force? Send Earth Origin Realm warriors to kill Ziqin directly. Sending Earth Origin Realm warriors? This is not good. If this news spreads, it will damage our reputation. Reputation. Even the astral body was killed. This Ziqin and his force deserve to die. Don't hesitate. Kill them. While Ziqin was rushing towards the barbarian land, he did not know that the major powers were completely enraged. They sent Earth Origin Realm warriors to destroy the boundless sect, regardless of their cultivation level or status. After constantly changing his appearance and identity, Ziqin finally arrived at the southern region after several days of traveling and teleporting. The first place he arrived was the Chaotic Lands. This place was like a giant transit station that led to all kinds of places. But when Ziqin arrived again, this place was no longer under the control of humans. The sky was filled with pitch-black demonic chi. Occasionally, he could see demonic shadows flashing by. This was the world of the demon clan. The demon clan has really taken over this place. Along the way, Ziqin occasionally saw some humans, but they were undoubtedly slaves. During this time, the miners in the mines were all humans. It was as if everything had returned to 200 years ago. Back then, the miners in the mines were also humans. They had no human rights and were regarded as ants by other experts. The only difference was that they were now controlled by the demon clan instead of the humans. Ziqin flew through the air. Wherever he passed, regardless of whether they were humans or demons, they would hastily avoid him after sensing his powerful aura. Ziqin once again arrived at the market he entered when he first came to the Chaotic Lands. Back then, he came here to exchange for keystones. This market belonged to the Shangguan clan. At that time, a series of events happened in the market. Some people thought that he was an alien. Who would have thought that after so many years, the alien race would really invade this place and successfully occupy it? The market was as lively as ever. There were both humans and demons. It seemed that after 50 years of control, everyone had gotten used to the existence of the demon clan. In the market, business was as usual, and this was also the first time Ziqin saw a flying demon. In addition to humans, there were also demons selling some things, such as shiny black magic crystals and demon weapons. When humans were interested in buying them, both sides would haggle over the price, arguing until their faces turned red, but they didn't fight over it. Obviously, even in this market controlled by demons, there were rules. Ta-ta-ta. Suddenly, a series of footsteps sounded. Many people were walking at high speed on the ground. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. In the blink of an eye, Ziqin was surrounded by a group of demons. Those are the enforcers of the demon clan. Why are they surrounding that young man? There are rules in the market. Could it be that the young man has violated some rules? The humans in the distance looked over and discussed animatedly. Zichen swept his eyes across the group of demons and coldly said, "You have business with me. We would like to invite you to the center of our demon clan." A human origin realm demon walked out from the group of demons. This was the only human origin realm demon present, and also the first one Zichen had met since he arrived here. "Not interested. Get out of my way." Zichen's face was filled with dissatisfaction. He waved his sleeve and a strong hurricane appeared. As the hurricane surged, the demons surrounding him were blown away. Even the human origin realm demon leading them was blown several miles away. "If you dare to follow me again, I will kill you without mercy." Zichen finished his words and left the market. The humans here had gotten used to the rule of the demon clan and had lost all will to fight. Even if Zichen killed a demon, there would soon be a new one to rule this place. The demon clan was endless, and he couldn't stay here forever, so he could only let nature take its course. After Zichen left, all the humans and demons in the market were in a state of shock and horror. It was the first time they had seen such a powerful human. The demon clan's troops were arranged according to the local situation. In the chaotic lands, there were no more than 20 human origin realm warriors in the outside world. There was only one Earth origin realm warrior guarding this place, and he had never fought before. The first time he fought was when he stepped into the heavenly barbarian pavilion, which was known as the Forbidden Area. He was severely injured and was still recovering. He actually went to the Forbidden Area. Heavens, the Forbidden Area even injured an Earth origin realm warrior, and he still dares to go there. A group of demons followed Zichen from afar. When they saw Zichen enter the Forbidden Area, it caused an uproar. The Forbidden Area used to be the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion, but it was set up by LV Peng. However, Zichen had the token, so he wasn't afraid. Many parts of the Forbidden Area were damaged. Obviously, someone had broken it with great force. There were dried blood stains on the ground and some demon corpses. Chapter 1052. With a flash of light, Zichen appeared in the Wuji sect. However, what greeted him was not a wave of cheers, but a storm of attacks. These attacks were sharp, powerful, and terrifying. Even Zichen felt threatened. It was unrealistic to block them with the power of the perfect body because these attacks were prepared for the Earth origin realm. If Zichen used his body to block them, he would be turned into a sieve. With a rumble, sword steels appeared beside him. There were a total of 8 sword steels, blocking in all directions. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. All kinds of whistling attacks landed on the sword steels, making clanging sounds. Many of the attacks were blocked. This guy used a magic treasure to block the attacks. "Demon ape, you do it. Don't be polite. Just kill him." After the first round of attacks, before the energy dissipated, a loud shout sounded. Zichen was very familiar with this voice. It was Wang Shan, whom he hadn't seen for many years. Zichen had always thought that he had died on the ancient road. He didn't expect him to still be alive. As soon as Wang Shan finished speaking, a black light lingered in the sky. A huge black staff flashed with all kinds of runes and fell from the sky, smashing towards Zichen. The black staff was stronger than before. It had reached the level of a top soul weapon. It had a terrifying power. Zichen raised his head. The battle intent around him rose. Power surged in his hands. At the same time, the broken finger glove appeared. An extremely terrifying aura emerged. Zichen raised his palms as if he was raising the sky and struck towards the black staff. Pum! The void shook. Then, a turbulent force spread in all directions. The black staff was sent flying by Zichen's powerful attack. However, just as the black staff flew away, a sharp sword intent appeared between heaven and earth. It was a towering stone sword. It fell from the sky and stabbed towards Zichen's head. This was Zhang Haotian's stone sword. However, he knew that his opponent was in the Earth origin realm, so he didn't control it himself. Instead, he used his spiritual sense to kill the enemy. This was another soul weapon that wasn't weaker than a top weapon. Zichen had no choice. He clenched his fist again and struck out. A golden light soared into the sky. The powerful force produced a violent collision, and the stone sword was sent flying. This bastard strength is indeed terrifying. Everyone, don't stop. Attack him with all kinds of attacks. Wang Shan's voice once again sounded out, following which the human-grade soldiers gave off powerful auras as they slashed towards Zichen. However, with the sword steel, these attacks could not threaten Zichen. Sis, what are you standing there for? Hurry up and attack! Wang Shan shouted again. Wang Xian was with Su Mengyao and the rest. When they heard this, they subconsciously looked at Su Mengyao. Su Mengyao cultivated the ethereal in action Dao and knew how to predict. Therefore, she naturally became the leader of the four girls, even though her actual age was 1 or 2 years younger than Wang Xian. Su Mingyao's calm face suddenly changes. She opens her eyes and says, "It's time for revenge." The other 3 didn't find the strangeness in Su Mingyao's words. They all launched powerful attacks from a distance. At the same time, the heavenly flying tiger also roared, and a huge shadow of a heavenly tiger appeared, directly rushing towards the transmission array that was covered in energy. As for Long Hu and Man Long, they did not attack. Their faces were filled with strange expressions. Rumble. Various energy attacks sounded out continuously, followed by Wang Shan's roar of command. "No, we can't hold on any longer. LV Peng, you go!" Wang Shan shouted. "All directional nirvana!" LV Peng, who had been waiting for a long time, shouted. Array flags appeared in the sky one after another. The runes on the flags were flashing, emitting various brilliant lights. He could fight on a small scale, but Zichen was not willing to be killed. Just as the array was about to merge, Zichen shouted, "Stop, it's me!" It was Zichen's voice. Everyone was very familiar with it, and they were all stunned. What a cunning demon! How dare he imitate my brother-in-law's voice? Everyone, don't stop, this is a conspiracy. Let's quickly form the array and kill him. Wang Shan's voice sounded again. Wang Shan, I think you're the one who should be killed. Zichen said angrily. He could feel that the array below was different from before. It could merge with the array flags above to form a killing array. It should be prepared for the Earth Origin Realm demons. This demon even knows young master's name. Wang Shan exclaimed in surprise. But right after that, a surge of energy struck Wang Shan, knocking him to the ground. "Sister, what are you doing?" Wang Shan looked at Wang Xian unhappily. Wang Xian snorted. "Who do you think you are?" Wang Shan was stunned, but he quickly reacted and said in surprise, "Could it really be my brother-in-law?" All kinds of energy dissipated, and the teleportation array was revealed. Zichen stood there, and not far away was Su Mengyao, who was smiling, and the rest of the excited crowd. "Brother-in-law, it's really you." Wang Shan jumped up. Zichen put on a serious face and pretended to be angry. "Didn't you say you were going to kill me?" "Misunderstanding. This is a misunderstanding." Wang Shan quickly smiled. "Zichen, how could it be you? We thought it was the Earth Origin Realm demons who broke in." LV Peng and the rest walked forward. "There's no one there, and there are bloodstains on the ground. I think the Earth Origin Realm demon must have been injured. I've repaired some of the damaged arrays, but there are still some that can't be repaired. Go and fix them again." Zichen said. "Okay, I'll go now." Zichen nodded. They couldn't really face the Earth Origin Realm demon, so it was better to do it as soon as possible. After that, the rest of the people gathered around and hugged each other. In the Wuji Palace, everyone gathered again. All the higher-ups of the Wuji sect were present, including Old Gui and Old Man Mingqing. Zichen's return and the breakthrough in his strength made everyone happy. It was as if the Wuji sect had found its backbone again. Heifeng and the rest fought to tell them about the development of the Wuji sect in the past 50 years. It had to be said that the development of the Wuji sect was positive. Plus, the higher-ups were united, so there wasn't any infighting. Of course, the competition between the different factions was inevitable. During this period, everyone was divided into a faction. For example, LV Peng was in charge of arrays, and he led a group of people who knew about arrays. Qin Xing and Qin, he were in charge of alchemy, and there were other factions. What they said was all good. In the past 50 years, the number of disciples in the sect had increased, and because the spiritual qi in the barbarian land had become denser, the number of geniuses had gradually increased. After everyone finished their reports, Zichen nodded with satisfaction. Qin Xing stepped forward and said respectfully to Zichen, "Sect leader, there are now more than 30 human origin realm cultivators in the Wuji sect, and we've successfully developed the human origin pill. It has the same effect as the human origin fruit. As long as someone reaches a certain level, they can take it and break through." When Zichen heard this, a strange expression appeared on his face. What? It has the same effect as the human origin fruit? Qin Xing nodded and said, "That's right. We discovered the human origin fruit in the barbarian land. After some research, we developed the human origin pill." Senior Cauldron Spirit clearly told us that the effect of the human origin pill is exactly the same as the human origin fruit. It is said that when the pill was formed, the heavens and earth underwent a transformation. Zichen frowned slightly. He guessed that the origin of the transformation should be the invasion of the demon race, which caused the transformation of the heavens and earth. However, this was a good thing. It proved that the Wuji sect could continuously nurture human origin realm cultivators. After Qin Xing finished his report, Su Mengyao stepped forward. Zichen asked puzzledly, "Mengyao, what are you doing?" Su Mengyao saluted Zichen and said, "Reporting to Sect Master, in recent years we have been in contact with the Floating Mist sect and have received their full support. The current Grand Elder of the Floating Mist sect has declared that if the Wuji sect is in trouble, he will lend a helping hand." Seeing Su Mingyao's serious expression, Zichen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. However, Shangguan Yuer followed suit. "Reporting to Sect Master, the Moonlight Pavilion has also said that they will fully support us." While speaking, Shangguan Yuer winked at Zichen and said, "The Moonlight Pavilion has an earthly origin realm cultivator." These words greatly surprised Zichen. One must know that the Moonlight Pavilion's foundation was on par with the Tsonli clan and the other clans. However, those clans had already been annihilated by Zichen. Yet the Moonlight Pavilion still had an earthly origin realm cultivator. This was somewhat inconceivable. Seeing Zichen's expression, Shangguan Yuer wittily said, "Sect Master Zichen, do you not believe me? Then what if I tell you that the Moonlight Pavilion has a close relationship with one of the 4 royal clans, the Moon Clan? Would that make sense?" Zichen was relieved. The 4 royal clans were the true masters of the martial heaven continent. Even if they had completely declined, it was normal for them to have some secrets. A few hours later, Lu Peng returned. He said that the formation had mostly been repaired. However, it would take quite a bit of time to fully repair it. Furthermore, Lu Peng had decided to further improve the formation, turning it into a true danger zone. That night, there should have been a celebration, but there was no celebration. Zichen was worried about the Thunder Clan. "What, you brought the Thunder Clan?" Wang Qiong was startled. Lu Peng and the others were also present. Zichen nodded. "Yes, the Thunder Clan's people are in the Violet Gold Gourd. However, I haven't thought of where to place them." "Brother-in-law, do you even need to think about that?" "Of course it's for the Thunder Clan to join the Everlasting Sect," said Wang Shan excitedly. Wang Shan said excitedly, "Think about it. Right now, our Everlasting Sect already has body, sword, artifact, pill, and other branches. If we join the Thunder Clan, wouldn't that be even better? Many years later, our Everlasting Sect will have many branches, Many people agreed with Wang Shan's answer. Furthermore, his meaning was clear. He wanted the Thunder Clan to join the everlasting sect. When Zichen heard this, he smiled bitterly and said, "I'm afraid this is not appropriate. Although the Thunder Clan has declined, it is still the Thunder Clan. They were known as one of the 4 great royal clans of the past. Their pride still exists. It is not appropriate to let them join other powers and become a branch. What's wrong with that? As long as they can grow stronger, who cares if they become a branch?" said Wang Shan indifferently. Chapter 1053. In the past, the Lightning Clan had been known as a royal clan. They had controlled the ancient races and fought against the Devil race for thousands of years. They had forced the Devil race out of the Martial Heaven continent several times. Although the Lightning Clan had declined and most of their techniques had been lost, their glory had been passed down. Now, even if Zichen had already become the clan leader of the Lei Clan, the Lei Clan would never agree to join the Wuji sect and become a branch of the Wuji sect. Zichen was silent for a long time. In the end, he said, "Let the Lightning Clan decide for themselves." The Lightning Clan was still in Zichen's violet gold gourd. This problem had to be resolved. Zichen immediately invited the original leader of the Lightning Clan, as well as a few other senior figures of the Lightning Clan. Hearing Zichen's words, the Lightning Clan's people fell silent. That kind of silence represented their attitude. Zichen naturally understood that. "How about this? You can look around the land of savages. If you find a suitable place, you can set it up as your base. If you don't, I can find a minor world without a level restriction." "You can go there," said Zichen. The Lightning Clan senior figures all nodded, satisfied and grateful. After that, the Boundless sect celebrated Zichen's return. During the banquet, the Lightning Clan's Lei arrived, as well as the old leader and several senior figures. Hei Feng, Zhang Tong, and a few other branch leaders of the Boundless sect also appeared. Other than that, the entire Boundless sect was celebrating. The benefits of the sect's disciples were doubled this month. The Wang and Lu family's family heads came to congratulate them. The Pil Sun City's Qin family also came. Many years ago, the Qin family had completely broken off relations with Zichen. Although they had relied on other powers to develop, 50 years ago, the Qin family had retreated after the Chaos Land had fallen. 50 years had passed, and as a local power, the Qin family was naturally taken care of by the Wuji sect. It was worth mentioning that ever since Zichen's battle with Ling many years ago, the Qin family had become much more low-key. In the banquet hall, it could be said that the most important person in the entire barbarian land was sitting there. As the center of the celebration, Zichen was naturally the target of everyone's congratulations. Thus, everyone raised their glasses and drank cup after cup of wine. Even though Zichen's alcohol tolerance was good, he still felt a little dizzy and couldn't take it anymore. The demon ape, Zhang Haotian, and the others were also very happy. In the past 50 years, they had been provided with a lot of resources, and they had broken through to the mid-mortal origin realm. While Zichen was working hard on his cultivation, they did not slack off either. The atmosphere at the banquet was lively to the extreme. Everyone was talking and laughing. During this time, Wang Shan mentioned the monks. Everyone looked at Zichen. One must know that back then, Zichen and the monk had left together. The monk is undergoing a metamorphosis. He probably won't be back anytime soon. Once he returns, he will definitely give everyone a huge shock. After the brothers finished their toasts, it was time for Zichen's confidants. Led by Su Mengyao, the 4 girls all came forward to toast. Amidst the cheering, Zichen had to drink even if he didn't want to. "Zichen, let me toast you." After the 4 girls, Ling stood up and called Zichen by his name. Today was a happy day, so Zichen naturally did not insist on calling him master. He drank the wine in his glass in one gulp. "I'll reserve a room for you tonight." Ling's voice sounded in his mind. Buffed! Zichen immediately spat out the wine he had just drunk. Everyone cheered again, saying no and drinking again. Only the 4 girls covered their mouths and chuckled. Obviously, they had guessed what Zichen had encountered, because in the past 10 years, whenever Ling or mentioned Zichen, she would not hesitate to talk about that incident. Zichen, let me toast you too. Bing stood up. Compared to Ling, and Zichen's other confidants, Bing was slightly inferior in terms of talent and cultivation level. When she was with Zichen in the past, she did not hold back, but in this kind of situation, she was still extremely shy. Zichen nodded, with a smile on his face, and drank again. Zichen, let me toast you too. Another voice sounded. A young man stood up. He was very handsome, and his eyes flashed with lightning. He looked extremely extraordinary. This man was Lei Ling, who was accidentally born by Zichen in the past. Otherwise, he would definitely be able to defeat Zichen if he was born in the Earth Yuan realm. Call me master, Zichen rarely emphasized. Lei Ling snorted and said proudly, I have successfully reached the human Yuan realm. It won't be long before I break through to the middle Yuan realm. Soon, I will break through again and reach the Earth Yuan realm without any bottlenecks. Defeating you is only a matter of time. Zichen smiled and said, Then before you win, you have to call me master. Then Zichen laughed and said, Otherwise I will spank you. These words caused Lei Ling's face to redden. It had to be known that he was currently a youth with formidable combat strength. If he were to be spanked again, he would most likely want to die. After careful consideration, he had no choice but to accept this fact. Thus, he respectfully called him master, and then drank 3 cups of wine as punishment for his previous disrespect. Master, let me toast you. This time, the one who stood up was Chen Feng. Although tens of years had passed and Chen Feng had long since grown up, his appearance had greatly changed. He was no longer the snot-nosed little fellow from before. However, with the same aura, he was still detected by Zichen. After 10 years, Chen Feng's physical strength had reached an unimaginable level. He could defeat all opponents of the same level, even the Sky Realm experts, secretly nurtured by the Everlasting Sect. Then, Wang Qiong and his wife stood up and toasted. Zhang Haotian and his wife also stood up and toasted. Long Hu, Barbaric Dragon, Flying Divine Tiger, and so on. In short, Zichen drank a lot today. After the banquet, when Zichen thought that Shang Guanyuer would accompany him, he discovered that the house was empty. Shang Guanyuer was called by Wang Xian, and the others for a talk, which lasted for the entire night. This was really a little naughty. The next day, Zichen arrived at the Everlasting Palace early in the morning. He arranged for someone to lead the Lei clan to find a place. After that, he did a simple tour of the Everlasting Sect. Finally, he went to the Cauldron Spirit to learn more about the mortal Yuan pill. In the Cauldron Spirit's words, the world had changed and the mortal Yuan fruit had appeared frequently. This was a prosperous time, but at the same time, it was also an eventful time. The word calamity naturally represented the demon race. The current Everlasting Sect was far from being comparable to the demon race. In fact, the Everlasting Sect was nothing in front of the demon race. Therefore, the Everlasting Sect had to seize the time to nurture experts. An earthly origin realm expert of the demon race was enough to make the Everlasting Sect feel as if they were facing a great enemy. The gap between the two sides was too big. Zichen also felt pressured and spent the rest of his time cultivating. 3 days later, the spirit-devouring rats returned and informed him that they had discovered another pocket dimension. In these years, as the world changed, more and more pocket dimensions were discovered in the savage lands. Moreover, they were all high-quality pocket dimensions. The requirement for one's realm had been raised from the Zephyr realm to the Origin Core realm. Of course, there were also a few pocket dimensions that were limited to the mortal Yuan realm. Zhang Haotian and the others had also worked hard to establish a few of them. The reason why their realms could be raised again was inseparable from the few pocket dimensions they had discovered. What Zichen needed to do now was not to explore a pocket dimension. Instead, he needed to break through the origin energy in his body and reach the late stage of the mortal Yuan realm. Therefore, during this period of time, he was preparing to go into seclusion. At the same time, he also felt a sense of urgency. This sense of urgency could be said to be urging Zi Qin to break through as soon as possible. Of course, before going into seclusion, Zi Chen talked to LV Peng and the others about the problem of soul weapons. As an ancient beast, old Gui did not need one at all, because as long as he broke through, he would naturally have the most suitable weapon for himself. Zhang Haotian and the demon ape, one had the supreme treasure of the Slaughter clan, and the other had the supreme treasure of the sky-splitting Battle Ape clan. They also did not need to cultivate soul weapons. As for Wang Qiong, LV Peng, and the others, it was very necessary for them to find their own and suitable soul weapons. Similarly, Lin Shui and the others also needed to cultivate their own soul weapons. Therefore, they decided to explore the newly discovered pocket dimension of the spirit devouring rats. Coincidentally, this pocket dimension corresponded to the mortal Yuan realm. The group left, and Zi Chen decided to go into seclusion. However, after only one day, they came back again. At the same time, the spirit-devouring rats made another shocking discovery. What? A Thunder Clan world? Zi Chen, who was sitting in the main hall, suddenly stood up. He looked at the spirit-devouring rats and Lin Shui and the others in disbelief. It is indeed a Thunder Clan world, and it targets the mortal Yuan realm. This is very strange. In addition, we also found several pocket dimensions in that place, the spirit-devouring rat said. More and more pocket dimensions appeared. Is there something strange about that place? Zi Chen looked at Wang Qiong. Wang Qiong said, there is a strange fluctuation there. It is very strange. After our investigation and the ancient books of other forces, we guessed a possibility. What possibility? More and more pocket dimensions appeared, and the heaven and earth spirit chi in this area became denser. It seems to be related to the Saint Burial Ground. Saint Burial Ground. Doesn't that place appear once every few decades? Zi Qin asked again. Wang Qiong shook his head. In the past, it would appear once every few decades. However, since the last time it appeared, it hasn't appeared for over 200 years. Over 200 years meant that Zi Chen and the others had entered for the last time. After that, the token hadn't appeared. The Saint Burial Ground was known as the Burial Ground of Saints. However, Zi Chen knew that the strongest experts on the Martial Heaven continent were only at the Heaven Origin realm. That realm clearly had nothing to do with saints. Furthermore, he had once entered the Saint Burial Ground and explored some of its mysteries. He had suspected that the Saint Burial Ground was the place where saints were resurrected. There had been no activity for over 200 years. However, now that there had been some activity, the world had changed. This was clearly very unusual. Zi Chen guessed that after the change, the Saint Burial Ground was about to appear. Or was it that the dead saints had reached the stage where they were resurrected? Let's go to the Thunder Clan world to take a look. No matter what the Saint Burial Ground was, Zi Chen wanted to explore the Thunder Clan world first. The Thunder Clan world hadn't found a suitable base yet. Perhaps that place would be a good choice. Chapter 1054. Zi Chen was ready to go to the Thunder Clan world to have a look, whether it was for the Thunder Clan or for himself. Before leaving, he asked someone to call the Thunder Spirit. The Thunder Spirit was a thunder and lightning creature. When he heard that he was going to explore the Thunder Small world, although he was very curious in order to protect his little bit of self-esteem, he put on a very reluctant look. He was born from thunder and lightning, so he had seen all kinds of thunder and lightning. To be able to have such an expression, it was quite fitting for his identity. Zi Chen didn't bring too many people with him because it was completely unnecessary. He only brought the Thunder Spirit. However, Su Mengyao and the others followed him all the way to the outside of the Thunder World. The Thunder World was only 10 miles away from the world discovered by the spirit-devouring rats. For cultivators, such a distance was completely negligible. The thunder world had been broken open. To be precise, it had been forcibly broken open by the power of thunder and lightning, revealing a big hole. The big hole was the passage into which the power of thunder and lightning would surge out from time to time. The thunder world was clearly in front of them. Zi-Chun released his spiritual sense and didn't find anything unusual. He nodded and said to Zhang Haotian and the others, "You have to be careful too." Next, Zhang Haotian and the others would go to explore the original small world. "Okay, take care." Zi-Chun watched Zhang Haotian and the others leave. "What did you find?" "Around." Only Zi-Chun and the thunder spirit were left. Zi-Chun asked, "A very pure power of thunder. There should be something very surprising or eye-catching inside." The thunder spirit, who was not good at pretending, had a strong interest in his expression. Zi-Chun and the thunder spirit entered the Thunder Clan world one after another. Just then, a bolt of thunder surged out and raged towards the outside world. The thunder spirit snorted and took a step forward. Lightning surged around his body. He used his body to block in front of Zi-Chun, and the thunder instantly bombarded his body. His whole body seemed to be bathed in the lightning, and the light around him became brighter and brighter. "Haha, it's really a good place. I like it. I've decided to go into seclusion here and break through to the Earth origin stage as soon as possible." The lightning around its body slowly dissipated. The thunder spirit laughed heartily, an extremely satisfied expression on its face, as if it had eaten a great tonic. When the two of them entered the small world, they saw a sea of lightning. Above the sea of lightning, there was an endless amount of lightning energy. This lightning energy was extremely pure. An extremely dense lightning aura floated in the air. Only such a pure lightning aura could exist. If other cultivators were to come here, they would definitely feel uncomfortable. However, for the Thunder Clan, this was the best cultivation holy land. In front of them, above the sea of lightning, there was an endless amount of lightning. It was like a chain connecting the heavens and the earth. Below the sea of lightning, there was a substantial amount of lightning energy. It was like the Milky Way was tumbling. This was an extremely spectacular scene. Even Zi-Chen's face was filled with shock. The thunder spirit impatiently rushed forward. However, before it reached the sea of lightning, a bolt of lightning rushed out. The moment this bolt of lightning left the thousands of chains, it shook its body and transformed into a lightning dragon. The lightning dragon seemed to be real, vivid, and lifelike. It waved its dragon claws towards the thunder spirit. At the same time, a dragon's roar resounded from its bloody maw. The lightning dragon and the thunder spirit began to fight. It could be seen that the lightning dragon's strength wasn't ordinary. It constantly attacked, but the one it used the most was the lightning dragon's tail. The thunder spirit was swept away several times before being sent flying. As the two sides fought, Zi-Chun carefully observed the thunder sea in front of him. He discovered that outside the thunder sea, there was a curtain of light that covered the entire thunder sea. This thunder sea was like another thunder dominion. However, it was clear that the lightning energy surging within was several grades higher than the thunder dominion. This place was like a pure lightning cultivation holy land. The aura it filled had a fatal attraction to every Thunder Clan member. Pum! The battle between the two sides finally came to an end. The lightning dragon was scattered by the thunder spirit's great strength. The lightning that filled the sky dissipated, and in addition, there were specks of sparkling light floating in the air. "This is lightning liquid," the thunder spirit shouted as it looked at the specks of sparkling light. After coming to the mortal world for dozens of years, the thunder spirit naturally knew how important lightning liquid was to ordinary people. Moreover, if there was enough lightning liquid, it could create an army of Heaven Realm martial artists. Heaven Realm martial artists. Every one of them was a proud son of heaven. Every one of them was extraordinary from birth. But lightning liquid could create such an extraordinary army in large quantities. It had to be said that this was one of the mystical aspects of the power of thunder. Seeing the dozen drops of lightning liquid in the thunder spirit's hand, Zichen's eyes lit up with surprise. When he looked at the thunder sea again, there was a gold and silver light in his eyes. He activated his yin-yang eye and saw through the thunder sea. He saw countless sparkling lights between the heavens and earth. They were like dense raindrops, innumerable. And as the thunder spirit moved forwards once more, another dozen sparkling lights appeared, forming another lightning dragon that rushed towards the thunder spirit. This place is truly mystical. There is actually so much lightning liquid essence here. This place can absolutely be called a Thunder Clan holy land. Zichen withdrew his gaze and sighed again and again. The thunder spirit paced back and forth outside the thunder sea, while Zichen explored other places. Thousands of miles away, Zichen discovered a mountain range. There were tall mountains in the mountain range. There were forests on the mountains and rivers below the mountains. Looking at the vast expanse of white, it was filled with greenery. As he approached, Zichen felt a warmth. This warmth wasn't purely a physical perception, but more like a spiritual perception. And this so-called warmth was actually the energy of life. In this forest, there was an extremely rich aura of life. And everything in this forest, such as the mountains, rocks, trees, and earth, all contained extremely rich life energy and lightning energy. It could be said that this was an extremely mystical place, but at the same time it was also an extremely beautiful place. Looking from afar, the forest was more than 1,000 miles wide. It was practically boundless. Before Zichen could approach, a wave of Rule strength attacked him. Zichen felt a powerful repulsive force. This dense forest was actually a no-fly zone. From time to time, there were roars of beasts in the forest. The roars were like thunder. During this period, Zichen resisted the no-fly zone and saw a strange beast-emitting lightning appear on the top of the mountain. This world was the thunder world. Once a beast was found, it would naturally be a thunder beast. This area was really too big, and it was a no-fly zone. Zichen didn't have time to explore again and again, so he simply gave up and went to the next place. Zichen first saw the Thunder Sea and the Thunder Peak. Then he saw many strange things, such as the desert, which was completely composed of sand full of lightning power. There were also some thunder sand beasts in the desert. When it was full of danger, these thunder sand beasts also had good things worth collecting. As he went deeper, Zichen gradually guessed that this was a trial ground of the Thunder Clan, but it was definitely not an ordinary trial ground. It was a trial ground that summarized all places, from Zhen Yuan to Mortal Yuan. For example, the Thunder Sea was for the Mortal Yuan realm, the Thunder Peak was for the Core Yuan realm, and the desert was for the Zephyr realm, and so on. There were several other places that were also for the Zephyr realm and the Core Yuan realm. As for the Zhen Yuan realm and the Xiantian realm, there was no special trial ground. The reason was that Zichen guessed that the lightning power here was too strong, and these two realms were just the initial stages. When the old patriarch of the Thunder Clan and a group of elders came out and perceived the extremely pure lightning power here, their faces were full of surprise. After listening to Zichen's brief introduction and then personally exploring, everyone was shocked speechless. Looking at their expressions, they seemed to know this place. They were extremely shocked and excited. Before Zichen could ask, the old patriarch explained, "If we're not wrong, this is probably one of the trial grounds of the Thunder Clan." Every aristocratic family had their own trial ground. As the strongest clan in the world, the Thunder Clan naturally had their own trial ground. But with the war and the long decline, these things had long been lost. The trial ground coordinates of the Thunder Clan's small world were also not passed down. However, there were records in the ancient books of the Thunder Clan that the Thunder Clan had various trial grounds. In addition to the trial grounds of a single realm, there were also large-scale mixed trial grounds that summarized all realms. From Zhen Yuan to Mortal Yuan, and after breaking through to Earth Yuan, one would leave this world and go to another place. According to the ancient books, each of the Thunder Clan's mixed trial grounds is a complete world. The resources inside are enough to be self-sufficient, the old patriarch explained excitedly. Zi-Chen believed this as well, because just the amount of lightning liquid essence contained within the sea of lightning was impossible to calculate. If the ancient records are correct, then there should be a place to live here, the old patriarch said. Next, everyone continued to go deeper. During this time, the Thunder Clan members were filled with excitement as they explored everywhere. At the center of this world, they indeed found a place to live. It was a magnificent city, and the four walls were all made of lightning crystals, shining brightly with lightning. This big city covered an area of several hundred li, and the towering city gate tower was engraved with the ancient words Thunder City. The city gate towered high, and on top of it were engraved patterns. The patterns were extremely clear and spread out in all directions, connecting the whole city. It's Thunder City, as expected of the Thunder Clan's trial grounds. The old patriarch and the others shouted excitedly. Every trial ground of the Thunder Clan has a Thunder City, and at the same time, Thunder City is the only city in this world. This is the Thunder City, a completely undamaged Thunder City. Many years ago, there must have been many ancestors of the Thunder Clan cultivating here. Maybe there would be many Thunder Clan techniques here. Clan leader Zi-Chen, you have truly found a treasure trove. From the excited shouts of the crowd, it was not difficult to hear that they were extremely satisfied with this place. The gate was tightly shut, and there was a layer of restriction outside. What they needed to do now was to find a way to open the gate and then enter the city to explore. The lightning spirit was still outside the Thunder Sea, and he was very interested in that place. Zi-Chen and the others moved forward, preparing to approach the gate and see if there were any traps here. As soon as they arrived, 2 flashes of light appeared in front of them. Chapter 1055. The surface of the lightning hammer flashed with dazzling lightning, surging with a powerful and terrifying aura. When the lightning hammer fell, rumbling thunder resounded, and numerous lightning snakes coiled around its surface. This attack was very terrifying. The old patriarch and the others shouted, at the same time mobilizing the power of lightning to resist. Bang! Bang! Energy collided, and the old patriarch and the others were pushed back. During this time, Zi-Chen carefully observed the 2 people. The 2 were wearing lightning armor, emitting lightning from their bodies, waving huge lightning hammers in their hands, and their eyes were cold and emotionless. There were no energy fluctuations on their bodies, and all their attacks were relying on the power of the lightning hammers. So Zi-Chen didn't dare to be sure whether they were human or not. The old patriarch and the others shouted unwillingly, and then they repeatedly launched powerful attacks. With everyone's cooperation, they were able to suppress the 2 people with lightning hammers and lightning armor. Scatter them, and we may be able to enter. The old patriarch shouted excitedly, and the others also became excited, full of enthusiasm. However, just as the old patriarch's voice fell, a strange change occurred. Several dozens of light rays appeared in front of the door, and then turned into figures. These figures were the same as the previous 2, with the same attire and the same attractive lightning hammers. Then, with lightning hammers in hand, they rushed toward the old patriarch and the others. This time, a series of dense bangs resounded, and several senior elders screamed miserably as they were smashed by the lightning hammers. In a moment, except for Zi-Chen, there were no other lightning clan members in front of the door, and these people with lightning hammers like guards, after repelling the others, stood side by side in front of Zi-Chen, blocking his advance, but they didn't attack. The group of people stood side by side, completely blocking Zi-Chen. Zi-Chen frowned slightly and said, "Move aside." The group of people were like puppets, not saying a word, and naturally they wouldn't move aside. "Don't force me to attack," Zi-Chen said again, his voice cold. However, this obviously threatening voice didn't bring about any effect, and they still didn't say a word and didn't move. Thus, Chen decisively made his move and threw a punch at the person in front of him. A dazzling golden fist appeared and heavily slammed into one of the people. With a loud bang, that person was sent flying and heavily smashed into the city gates. In front of the city gates, a ripple of light appeared and that person disappeared. Having succeeded so smoothly, Chen's expression immediately turned strange. The faces of the other people in the distance were also filled with confusion, shock, and surprise. That was because when facing Chen's attack, not only did that person not counterattack, he didn't even try to defend himself. In order to verify his conjecture, Chen threw a few more punches. Amidst the booming sounds, several people were sent flying towards the city gate. When they came into contact with the light shadow, their figures dissipated. However, from beginning to end, they did not attack, nor did they attack Chen. By the time the last person disappeared, Chen's front was already empty. He didn't encounter any attacks or resistance, but just as he was about to step forward, more and more lights appeared. Numerous figures wielding lightning hammers appeared once more, but just like before, they appeared purely to block him and didn't attack. During this time, the old patriarch and the others tried to approach, but these fellows who were motionless suddenly seemed to have a mind of their own. Each and every one of them wielded their lightning hammers and beat these people until they screamed in pain and were sent flying. Seeing the situation, Chen couldn't help but frown. Clearly, these fellows' behavior was too strange. Although the Thunder Clan elders' screams were loud and clear, their injuries weren't serious. Everyone was puzzled by this situation where they only killed and didn't chase them away. Similarly, they were even more puzzled as to why Chen didn't attack and didn't try to defend himself. Clearly, there must be some unknown reason here. Patriarch, do you have some strange Thunder Clan keepsake on you? The old patriarch was already scared of being beaten and reminded him from afar. Thunder Clan keepsake? Chen was startled. Then he thought of the only thing on him that was related to the Thunder Clan, which was the extremely extraordinary Royal Thunder Clan token. Chen took out the Royal Thunder Clan token and waved it in front of the group of people in front of him. However, there was no reaction. They were like puppets. Helpless, Chen wanted to go forward, but he could only attack again. Bang! Bang! Chen punched forward again, and the lightning figures disappeared one after another. When Chen arrived in front of the city gate, he touched the ripples in front of the gate, which was the place where the lightning figures disappeared. After arriving here, no more lightning figures appeared. The group behind him had a look of curiosity on their faces as they flew over. However, just as they entered the attack range, the lightning figures that disappeared just now reappeared and waved their lightning hammers, beating the old patriarch and the others until they screamed in pain and had no choice but to retreat. Chen looked at the ripples in front of him without any change in expression. Although he was here, he did not know how to enter. Could it be that he had to break through this place? Chen's combat strength was not bad, but it was definitely not at the level where he could break through this place. Just as he subconsciously reached out his hand to touch the ripples in front of him, a strange change occurred. Chen's body suddenly flashed with resplendent lightning. The lightning was divided into two colors, gold and silver. The two types of elemental energy involuntarily started to circulate. The clothes on his back instantly exploded, and a huge pair of lightning wings appeared. This was the fusion of the 4 wings, which stretched out more than 20 meters. That's the fusion of the heavenly thunder wings. The group of elders looked ahead in shock. No, that's not the real thing. It's an illusion. That's the illusion of the heavenly thunder wings. The old patriarch saw through the trick. The 4 wings had not been successfully fused. At this moment, what appeared on Chen's back was an illusion. Following the appearance of the illusion, a mysterious lightning force appeared. It directly entered between Zi Chen's eyebrows and activated the lightning clan mark between Zi Chen's eyebrows. The golden mark appeared, releasing lightning. The golden lightning illuminated the ripples in front of him, reflecting the silver lightning into a large golden color. The ripples in front of him suddenly started to tremble like boiling water. Then, at the center of the ripples, an item appeared. It was a silver token, and it directly fell into Zi Chen's hand. One side of the token was engraved with intricate and mysterious lightning runes, and the other side was engraved with a pattern. At the center of the pattern, there were two ancient words: Thunder City. This was the Thunder City's token. With this token, one would naturally become the owner of Thunder City. Between Zi Chen's eyebrows, a solid golden light suddenly rushed out from the lightning mark and landed on the token. After that, just like other things that recognize their owner, this token instantly recognized its owner. In front of the city gate, the ripples dissipated, revealing a huge city gate. Following that, the ripples protecting the city gate also disappeared. The seal on the huge Thunder City was completely undone at this moment. Under the dumbfounded gazes of the Thunder Clan's senior elders, beam after beam of light appeared out of thin air. These beams of light transformed into figures made of thunder. They wore thunder armor and held thunder hammers in their hands. They were dressed the same as before. The only difference was that they were divided into two groups and stood at the city gates. This kind of posture made them seem like pure guards, exuding a cold and indifferent aura. "Patriarch, what's going on?" The Thunder Clan's eminent elders shouted. "It's fine. All of you come over." Zi Chen's voice rang out. Looking at the guards in front of them, the eminent elders glanced at each other in dismay. The scene of them being beaten to the point of screaming was still vivid in their minds. Now, they were truly afraid of the lightning hammer. The seal has been broken, so they won't attack you anymore. Zi Chen explained. After refining the token, he had some understanding of the Thunder City. Naturally, he also knew why the guards only attacked others and not him. That was because his lightning energy was the most authentic lightning energy. If he wanted to enter and control this place, this was the only point. Other than the lightning energy, the other key point was the aura emitted by the heavenly thunder wings. In short, everything was a coincidence. With the token in hand, Zi Chen didn't need to use his strength to push the gate. With just a thought, the towering city gate in front of him emitted a loud bang and slowly opened. More lightning flashed out from the city, creating a vast expanse of white, causing people to be absent-minded for a moment. After a while, the city gate was fully opened. In the middle of the city gate, there were still two groups of guards. Through the token, Zi Chen knew that these were all puppets. They were responsible for protecting the safety of Thunder City. To be able to beat up the Thunder Clan's eminent elders, they were naturally powerful. Thunder City was very big, and there were a total of 4 city gates. As the city gate opened, the other 3 gates opened as well. In the city, all the buildings were emitting lightning. Zi Chen came to the world of lightning, but this world was extremely quiet, because no human had set foot in this place for hundreds of thousands of years. Zi Chen strode into the city. Behind him was a group of eminent elders. After walking through the group of guards and not getting beaten up, they were completely relieved. After that, when they saw the scene in the city, they cheered. In the token, other than some rules of Thunder City, there were also some images. This was the scene of the Thunder Clan's final migration. All the members of the Thunder Clan left the room and removed the ownership of the room. At the same time, they walked out of the city. After that, the city lord came into contact with the Thunder City token and activated the restrictions of Thunder City. After that, all the members of the Thunder Clan left, leaving not a single one behind. As for where they went, the Thunder City token didn't record it. However, Zi Chen guessed that if they didn't go to battle, then they would go to another place. Zi Chen heard waves of cheers. Obviously, they were very satisfied with this place. And this place was the natural gathering place of the Thunder Clan. It was the holy land in the hearts of the Thunder Clan. Patriarch, is it okay for us to stay here? The old patriarch brought the other eminent elders and looked at Ziqin nervously. Ziqin said, "Okay, of course it's okay. This is the place of the Thunder Clan. Naturally, we will let them stay here." Chapter 1056. Ziqin's expression changed greatly as if he had seen something inconceivable. He blinked a few times, rubbed his eyes, and confirmed once again, afraid that he had seen wrongly. The old patriarch and the others also noticed the abnormality and looked in the direction that Ziqin was looking at. However, they didn't find anything out of the ordinary. They only saw a shining thunder temple floating in the sky. Although this thunder temple was extraordinary, it was definitely not to the extent that it could cause such a huge change in Ziqin's expression. Ziqin's expression returned to normal after a long time. He exclaimed, "Similar, it's really similar." "What does it look like?" everyone asked curiously. "It looks like the Thunder Temple." "What? It looks like the Thunder Temple?" Everyone's expression changed greatly. The Thunder Hall in the sky seemed to be exactly the same as the Lightning Divine Hall. Both of them were suspended in the air and emitted endless amounts of lightning. Having seen the complete appearance of the Lightning Divine Hall, Ziqin was naturally able to tell that the architectural style of this Thunder Hall was practically the same as the Lightning Divine Hall. The only difference between the two was the boundless divine might. This Thunder Temple is very similar to the Thunder Temple. However, there is such a floating Thunder Temple in every trial world. The old patriarch said, "How do you know?" Ziqin looked at the old patriarch. He had discovered something with his sharp senses. Could it be that the Thunder Temple was related to this Thunder Temple? There are records in ancient books. "I just saw it," the old patriarch said. After that, Ziqin was speechless as he watched the old patriarch take out an ancient book from his spiritual ring. "You actually carry ancient books with you?" Ziqin asked, unable to conceal the astonishment on his face. "That's right. The Thunder Clan's world has been resealed, so the ancient books naturally have to be taken out. This is the history of the Thunder Clan, recording the glory of the Thunder Clan in the past. It needs the later generations to remember it and work hard to bring the Thunder Clan back to glory. However, we haven't found a suitable place recently, so these ancient books are with us," the old patriarch explained. Ziqin nodded and said, "At present, Thunder City is completely empty. There's no one here. You can arrange where you want to live. Before the demon race leaves, Thunder Clan should be staying here. In the future, this will be Thunder Clan's base camp. If you feel that something is wrong, you can put your things in Sky City." Ziqin pointed at the floating city. The old patriarch nodded excitedly, and the other elders kept thanking him. Ziqin took out the purple gold gourd and released all the members of the Thunder Clan. Although the Thunder Clan couldn't be compared to the Five Elements Clan, they still had a lot of people. However, it wasn't realistic to want to fill up the entire city in a short time. What a dense lightning energy! Where are we? As soon as they appeared, they sensed the extremely rich lightning energy in this place. This lightning energy was more than 10 times stronger than the lightning energy in the Thunder Clan world. Each and every one of them had a shocked expression, but after knowing that this would be their base in the future, they reacted. They shouted loudly and jumped in joy. They were extremely excited and happy. "Okay, quiet down. Now go and find your family members. I will arrange a place for you." The old patriarch's voice was loud and clear, spreading far and wide. The crowd of Thunder Clan members quickly quieted down. After calming down, the old patriarch said, "Before that, we have to thank Patriarch Ziqin. If it wasn't for him, we wouldn't have been able to leave the Thunder Clan world alive. If it wasn't for him, we wouldn't have been able to find such a sacred place. Let me tell you, this is a training ground recorded in the ancient books of Thunder Clan. It can be called the sacred place of Thunder Clan." After that, there were cheers and thanks. The old patriarch said, "Next, let's let Patriarch Zichin speak." Everyone's fanatical and worshipful eyes fell on Zichin. Zichin smiled and said, "Since everyone calls me Patriarch, then we are family. Although I wasn't born in the Thunder Clan, I cultivate the Thunder Clan's cultivation method. Naturally, I am a member of the Thunder Clan. In the future, this place will be my home. The demon race has invaded, and a war may break out at any time. I hope that everyone will work hard to improve their strength as soon as possible." After a few simple words, Zichin signaled everyone to find a place to stay and settle down. He was also preparing to go to Sky City to have a look. Wow, wow, wow. I didn't expect that there would be such a city in this extraordinary world. Suddenly, an unexpected voice came from outside the city. Then, the lightning spirit turned into a lightning and rushed in. When he arrived in the city and saw the intact buildings, he exclaimed again and again. Especially when he saw Sky City, a strange light flashed in his eyes. Somehow, he seemed to have seen such a magnificent city before. The moment the Thunder Spirit appeared, he immediately attracted the attention of the Thunder Clan members. The reason why he was so eye-catching was not only because of his powerful strength, but also because of his extremely pure lightning energy. He looked just like a human-shaped lightning bolt. Everyone was a lightning cultivator, so they were extremely sensitive to lightning energy. They could feel that the lightning spirit's lightning energy was purer than Zichen's. However, it was impossible to tell which was stronger between the two. The power in Zichen's body was perfect and pure. It was the power of a human. However, the power in Lei Ling's body did not have the aura of a human. It was like a human-shaped thunderbolt. Zichin had already flown to Sky City. Behind him, the lightning spirit shouted, "Wait for me!" and then followed. "Old Patriarch, who is this young man? He has such pure lightning energy. Why haven't we seen him before?" "Yes, Old Patriarch, who is this young man? Is he a friend of Patriarch Zichin?" The others asked one after another, obviously very curious about the lightning spirit. The old Patriarch said, "He can barely be considered half a Thunder Clan clansman. His origin is mysterious, but he's a life form of heaven and earth." "What? He's a life form of heaven and earth? A life form of heaven and earth with lightning energy? Could he be a lightning spirit?" Everyone was completely dumbfounded. There were just too many legends about life forms of heaven and earth. Yes, an extremely rare life form of heaven and earth, and a lightning spirit at that. Considering his background, he's even nobler than the 5 Elements families. But unfortunately, the old Patriarch suddenly sighed. "That can't be right, old Patriarch. According to the ancient records, as soon as a life form of heaven and earth is born, they're no longer a human. Even the weakest of them is comparable to an Earth Yuan expert. If he really is a life form of heaven and earth, how could he still be at the mortal Yuan realm? That's a pity. Back then, he had some misunderstandings with Zichin. He had no choice but to be born prematurely. Now he's Zichen's disciple. The lightning spirit's matter was no longer a secret. If you casually chatted with it, the lightning spirit would indignantly tell you just how miserable it was when it was born. At the same time, it would tell you just how much it hated Zichin. Therefore, there were no longer any secrets about the lightning spirit. Sky City quietly stood in the sky above Thunder City. It was located at the center of Thunder City. Although it was called a city, it was more like a small thunder fortress. Outside the thunder fortress, there were also 2 rows of lightning guards. Looking at it, it was exactly the same as when they arrived at Thunder Divine Hall. Zichin stood below the stairs and raised his head to look at the top of the stairs. Above the entrance were the words, "Thunder Divine Hall." Thunder Divine Hall. The lightning spirit that followed behind him recognized those 2 words. After a slight pause, Zichin stepped forward and headed straight for the entrance. The lightning spirit followed closely behind. When the 2 of them passed by the lightning guards didn't react at all until Zi-Chen arrived in front of the entrance. Open. Looking at the lightning gate in front of him, Zi-Chen let out a low shout. After that, a cracking sound came from the gate as lightning surged and the gate slowly opened. When the gate opened, there were also lightning guards inside. Zi-Chen and the lightning spirit walked in. Looking around, this place was almost the same as Thunder Divine Hall. There were also many buildings and pavilions on both sides. The doors of these buildings and pavilions were tightly shut. Zi-Chen's token was also unable to see what was inside. Adding that there were too many rooms, it was like a residential area. Zi-Chen decided to give up. In front of the entrance, there was a long flight of stairs. At the end of the stairs, there was a second gate. Zi-Chen walked straight ahead and arrived in front of the second gate. With a low shout, the gate opened with a loud bang. When the second gate opened, there was another one inside. This was a thunder fortress with 3 entrances and 3 exits. It was very big. The first 2 thunder fortresses were 7 floors high, while the last one was 9 floors high. Previously, everything was very similar to Thunder Divine Hall. However, after reaching the 3rd floor, Zi-Chen felt that there were many differences between this place and the real Thunder Divine Hall, because in the vicinity of this hall, there were other high-rise buildings. Along the way, Zi-Chen saw the Inheritance Hall, Treasure Hall, Soul Nurturing Hall, Weapon Nurturing Hall, and Book Collection Hall. However, when he was in Thunder Divine Hall, Zi-Chen did not see these places. Within the Thunder Hall, the other buildings didn't have any restrictions on them, and they could be opened by any member of the Thunder Clan. However, Zi-Chen discovered that these high-rise buildings with names couldn't be opened. There was a very strong restriction on them, and only the owner of the token could open them. It could be said that this was the gathering place of the entire Thunder Clan's resources. The lightning spirit followed behind and muttered these names. It seemed to be very interested. Let's go to the Inheritance Hall to take a look and see if there are any inheritances inside. Seeing Zi-Chen standing outside and not entering any place, the lightning spirit began to urge him. Zi-Chen nodded and said, "To the Thunder Clan, inheritances are indeed very important. Come, let's go in and take a look." The 2 of them came to the side hall. Then, under the control of the token, the restrictions were opened. The door of the Inheritance Hall opened and the 2 of them walked in. The huge Inheritance Hall had several floors. However, there were very few inheritances inside. This caused the 2 of them to be greatly disappointed. "Trash! What kind of trash is this?" After roughly sweeping through the first floor, the lightning spirit cursed its bad luck. Clearly, there was not a single good thing. This is the Inheritance Hall. The good things are naturally at the top. Zi-Chen stepped up the stairs. The things on the second floor were clearly better than the first floor. However, they were still not as good as the 2 of them. After that, they went to the 3rd floor, the 4th floor, the 5th floor. Only on the 6th floor, which was also the last floor, did the 2 of them discover something good. On the side of the 6th floor, there was a stone wall emitting lightning. There were several engravings on the stone wall. It could be seen that this was an extremely powerful technique inheritance. Moreover, it was a technique inheritance. Chapter 1057. The lightning god's finger was simple and easy to understand. According to the records, if this finger's power was pushed to the limit, it would be comparable to the lightning god's finger. No one knew how strong the lightning god was, but the lightning god's finger couldn't be weak because it was called the divine finger. This was a pure offensive technique, and it was also a Xiantian inheritance. This thing was very useful to Zi-Chen and Lei Ling, but it was useless to the original Lei clan. In the original Lei clan, there was no other Xiantian lightning martial artist except for Lei Ming. Now that they were in the Lei clan's training ground, the amount of lightning liquid here was immeasurable. The Lei clan would have an endless supply of Xiantian lightning martial artists in the future. At that time, the lightning god's finger would be the most precious inheritance. This discovery was an unexpected gain, But Zichen didn't stop because there were other places besides the Inheritance Palace. After coming out with Lei Ling, the two arrived at a nearby treasure pavilion. After entering, they saw a dazzling array of things. These things were deliberately left behind by the Lei clan when they left. There were seals on them to prevent the loss of spiritual energy. There were many ancient medicines and other things that could be called treasures. Relatively speaking, there weren't many things left here. It wasn't enough to sustain the entire Lei clan, but it definitely wasn't little. To Zichen, these things were nothing special, so he didn't take anything and went to the next place. The next place was the Weapon Cultivation Palace. As the name suggested, it was a place to store weapons. Moreover, there was a special seal that wouldn't cause the weapon's grade to drop or lose spiritual energy. There were thousands of weapons here. Occasionally, lightning would flash. These weapons were all infused with lightning crystals, so the quality was extraordinary. Moreover, among these thousands of weapons, there were more than 100 mortal weapons, and the rest were Danbing weapons. As for spirit weapons, there were only a little more than 100. There are many weapons, but unfortunately they are all trash. Lei Ling looked around, but didn't find anything that caught his eye. He curled his lips and left the Weapon Cultivation Palace, heading to the next place. This was the Book Pavilion, the place to store cultivation methods and skills. Zichen originally thought that there wouldn't be many things here, but after entering he found that the Book Pavilion was filled with all kinds of books and ancient books. These ancient books were divided into several categories. There were techniques, cultivation methods, refining tools, alchemy, and formations. It could be said that they were all-encompassing. Seeing so many ancient books, Zichen's face clearly had a trace of astonishment. Back then, when the Thunder Clan left, they took away many things but left behind these ancient texts. This should be in case something happened to the Thunder Clan and they lost their inherited techniques. And this preparation clearly came into effect today. There were many thunder techniques here, but they were all acquired techniques. None of them were innate techniques. Among them were the thunderbolt finger that Zichen had previously cultivated, the first few flashes of the 9 fleeting thunderbolts, and the acquired technique, Thunderfall. Other than that, there were also the Heaven's Thunder Palm, Heaven's Thunder Fist, Thunder Attraction Technique, and many other techniques. There were many cultivation techniques and techniques here. If they were given to the current Thunder Clan, it would undoubtedly be a timely help. With these ancient books and resources, it was only a matter of time before the Thunder Clan rose again. But for the current Zichen, these things weren't of much use. The two of them left the Book Collection Pavilion and headed towards the last Soul Nurturing Palace. As the doors of the Soul Nurturing Palace opened, various flashes of lightning appeared. Waves of thunder rumbled, lightning snakes flashed. In the air above the palace, there were layers of seals. Within the seals, there were pieces of thunder spirit crystals and spirit weapons. These are spirit weapons. Seeing the completed weapons, Lei Ling's eyes completely lit up. Zichen's expression also changed because there were a total of 5 spirit weapons floating in the air. Other than the Thunder God's finger, these were the most important things left behind by the Thunder Clan. Zichen, so you're here. Outside the Soul Nurturing Palace, Lei Ming's voice sounded. Then, footsteps sounded as Lei Ming walked in. After entering, Lei Ming was immediately stunned when he saw the weapons floating in the air. What kind of weapons are these? Lei Ming looked at the spirit weapons in the air with disbelief. Spirit weapons, heavens, these are actually spirit weapons. Startled cries sounded from behind. It was a few elder-level existences who were curious about the Sky Thunder Palace and had come to see what was going on. The spirit weapons recorded in the ancient books can transform into Earth spirit weapons. Looking at the spirit weapons in the air, the eyes of the elder-level experts were filled with fervor. Zichen looked at Lei Ming beside him, asking, "What kind of weapon do you like to use?" Lei Ming reluctantly retracted his gaze, looking at Zichen and saying doubtfully, "I rarely use weapons. I feel that swords are more comfortable." Zi-Chin shook his head. When choosing a spirit weapon, you must choose one that you are good at. In the future, it will always follow you. You need to nurture it, and it will also break through as your strength breaks through. It can be said that this is a friend that will follow you for your entire life. You have to be careful. Lei Ming's eyes lit up, clearly understanding the meaning behind Zi-Chen's words. However, he rarely used weapons, and after careful consideration, he didn't know what to choose at all. There's no rush. Think about it carefully first. If there isn't anything suitable, then I'll use the Thunder Spirit Crystal to create another one for you. Zi-Chen said. Lei Ming nodded, his eyes filled with gratitude. Next, Zi-Chen looked at Lei Ling. Lei Ling excitedly said, I'm good at everything. Swords, sabers, staffs, I'm proficient in everything. Moreover, I feel that nurturing a spirit weapon is too easy, so I want to nurture a few more. Greedy, if you want to nurture it, then go find the materials to forge it. Zi-Chen coldly said. Lei Ling was so angry that his whole body trembled. Then he looked at the several elders. These people's expressions were somewhat nervous, but at the same time, they were also very conflicted. They asked themselves honestly, they all wanted a spirit weapon. But at their age, their chances of breaking through to the Earth Yuan realm were very slim. They knew the importance of spirit weapons, and also knew that it would be a waste to give them a spirit weapon. Of these 5 spirit weapons, you can take 2 and distribute them among yourselves. As for the rest, leave it to the future geniuses of the Lei clan. Zi-Chan waved his hand, and 2 spirit weapons fell from the sky. One was a thunder sword, and the other was a thunder blade. The old patriarch stepped forward and received the 2 spirit weapons. His hands were still trembling. These were the things he yearned for even in his dreams, but when he received them, he felt incomparably heavy. After that, the group walked out of the Soul Nurturing Hall. Nurturing a spirit weapon wasn't the more the better, but the more suitable one was. The more spirit weapons one had, the more time would be wasted, and it wouldn't be effective in increasing one's cultivation. Nurturing a spirit weapon was an extremely long and tiring process, and it would affect one's cultivation. Zi-Chen didn't take away the other spiritual weapons because they were all forged by the ancestors of the Thunder Tribe. They were most suitable for the Thunder Tribe. If Zi-Chen took them away and gave them to Wang Xian, and the others, they wouldn't be suitable for them, because the spirit weapon that was most suitable for oneself had to be forged by oneself. Zi-Chen sat in the Thunder Hall, and below him were the Thunder Clan's elders and Lei Ming. As for Lei Ling, he was strolling around. The group of people sat on both sides with respectful expressions. In the Thunder Hall, Zi-Chen said, "In the future, the Lei clan will stay here for a long period of time. During this period, you all should familiarize yourselves with the environment here. As for those special places with seals, I will open them for you for a year. If you need anything, just take it. After a year, everything will be back on track, and there will be a time limit for those special places to be opened again." Everyone nodded their heads. Naturally, Zi-Chen couldn't handle the matters of the Lei clan personally. Hence, everything was handled by the old patriarch. Zi-Chen was only the patriarch in name. After a simple arrangement, Zi-Chen headed to the Hall of Inheritance to comprehend the lightning god's finger. 3 days later, Zi-Chen came out from the Hall of Inheritance. After informing the old patriarch, he left with Lei Ling. "Z, why don't you go take a look at the lightning sea?" Lei Ling suddenly asked when the 2 of them arrived at the lightning sea. "There will be plenty of time in the future. Let's return to the Boundless sect first and see if Zhang Haoyan and the rest have come out." The 2 of them left the Lei clan's training ground and went straight to the Wuji sect. Zi-Chen had been back for more than 10 days. During this period of time, the Earthly Origin Division, who came to destroy the Wuji sect, met with considerable resistance. This resistance came from the demon race, who forbade them from passing through. This made things difficult for them. At the same time, in the wasteland, the demon race used the excuse of resisting the demon race to seal all teleportation formations and the entrance to the wasteland. In short, the Earthly Origin Division wouldn't be able to invade the barbarian land in a short period of time. During this period of time, they had to negotiate with the demon race again and again. Of course, while they were negotiating, the battle between the lower-level cultivators of both sides would continue as it should. 7 days later, Zhang Haotian returned and told Zichen a piece of good news. The world was rich in mineral veins, and during this period of time, they found soul crystals. Everyone's harvest was not small. Soul crystals were similar to Thunder soul crystals. They were one of the main materials for refining human-grade soul weapons. This time, Zhang Haotian came back to take people with him. Because the small world was not small, although they were not weak, it would take a long time to completely search it. In response to Zhang Haotian's invitation, Zichen shook his head and said, "I won't go. You guys go, but be careful." This time, 2 Mortal Origin Division, small worlds had appeared. Zichen felt that something was wrong, and he had a feeling that something was going to happen. He had a feeling of uneasiness. Could it be that the big factions want to take revenge on the Wuji sect? Or is there something strange happening in the Holy Burial Ground? Zichen couldn't explain the source of this uneasiness, so he ordered Wang Qiong to send more people to pay more attention to the barbarian land to see if there was anything strange. After arranging everything, Zichen's uneasiness didn't lessen. He vaguely guessed that this uneasiness didn't come from the outside world, but from this area. Could it really be the Holy Burial Ground? Zichen furrowed his brows. Chapter 1058. Zichen immediately stood up from his seat and asked, "What happened?" "It's hard to explain." "Come with me," said the spirit-devouring rat. Zichen rushed out of the hall. The 2 turned into streaks of light and flew out of the Wuji sect, with the spirit-devouring rat leading the way. "Look there." In less than a moment, the 2 of them reached their destination. The spirit-devouring rat pointed at the sky. "That's a small world." Zichen looked up and saw a gap in the sky. A large amount of silver light spilled out from the gap. The silver light was soft like a veil, but it was also full of danger. Zichen released his spiritual sense. After carefully sensing it, his face suddenly changed, and he exclaimed, "Moon power! This is moon power!" Moon power, one of the 4 ancient royal families, represented the power of the Moon Clan. Is this a small world of the Moon Clan? Zichen guessed with a frown. The Thunder Clan's trial ground had just appeared, and now there was moon power. "Come with me. There are more places like this." The spirit-devouring rat flew in another direction. This time, they flew for hundreds of miles. The spirit-devouring rat pointed to a golden sun that emitted a blazing and pure light. At this moment, including the sun, there were already 2 suns in the sky. The power of the sun of the 4 royal families. Zichen exclaimed again when he sensed the extremely rich power emitted from the golden sun. 4 royal families for powers. Zichen actually saw 3 of them in one day. He was only 1 away from 4. But then the spirit-devouring rat told him that there was one more place like this. Zichen couldn't help but wonder if the place the spirit-devouring rat took him to was the mysterious star power. Sure enough, the sky was bright and the sun was shining. Zichen actually saw a sky full of stars. The stars were sparkling and bright, and the starlight contained a mysterious power. Star power was known as the most mysterious power of the 4 royal families. Normally, the 4 types of powers would rarely appear in the world. But today, not only did the 4 types of powers appear, it was very likely that the 4 ancient king worlds were behind them. Looking up at the mysterious power in the starry sky, Zichen wondered if the appearance of the 4 powers was a coincidence. The answer was obviously not. The appearance of these 4 powers was definitely not a coincidence. It seemed to be a sign of something. Thus, Zichen decided to go deep into the starlight and investigate. However, as soon as his body rose into the air, a mysterious star force descended. The star force contained an extremely strong oppressive force, forcing Zichen's body to fall to the ground. It's a kind of sealing power, the spirit-devouring rat explained upon seeing the starlight. Zi-chan landed on the ground, and the mysterious starlight disappeared. Since there is a seal, there must be a small world behind the seal. Zi-chen was very sure. At the same time, he rose into the air again. Golden lightning flashed around his body. He clenched his fist and flew into the air. Just like before, as soon as he leaped into the air, the power of the stars appeared again. Then it pressed down on Zi-chen with an extremely oppressive aura. "Open for me," Zi-chen shouted. He waved his fist and punched. His body was shining with a bright golden light. Boundless lightning surged and fell on the power of the stars, creating a loud explosion. However, the power of the stars was extremely strong. Zi-chen only broke through a part of it. More of the power of the stars pressed down on Zi-chen's body, forcing him to fall down involuntarily. Boom! Boom! The power of the stars pressed down. Zi-chen stepped in the air as if he was stepping on the ground. There was a vibration in the void. Then, like a spider web, it was crushed by Zi-chen. Dark cracks began to spread, break. At the same time, Zi-chan waved his fist again. He mobilized the extreme power of yin and yang in his body and gathered it on his powerful fist. He suddenly punched at Xing-chen's power in the sky. Boom! There was another vibration. Dazzling lightning exploded in front of Zi-chen. The terrifying power was like a tornado. It raged towards Xing-chen's power in the sky. Wherever the storm passed, Xing-chen's power was shattered. There was a complete vacuum in the sky above Zi-chen. At the same time, there was a huge black hole in the sky. Zi-chen snorted and stepped towards the black hole. But just as he took a step, his face suddenly changed. He looked up at the sky. He saw that the Xing-chen in the sky suddenly became extremely bright. Then, starlight fell from the Xing-chen one after another. These starlights were filled with powerful power. They were extremely dense and terrifying. They contained a strong killing intent. At this moment, Zi-chen actually felt the threat of death. The starlights fell from the sky. Zi-chen almost didn't have time to think too much. He directly took out the sword steel and blocked in front of him. The starlights fell on the sword steel and made a sonorous sound. Endless sparks splashed. At the same time, a strong force hit the sword steel and Zi-chen's body to the ground. During this time, Zi-chen tried to use the sword steel to resist and smash the starlights. In the loud bang, the sword steel did smash the starlights. But when a starlight was destroyed, more starlights appeared and smashed towards the sword steel. The spirit-devouring rats had already hidden in the ground. The starlights fell from the sky, but when they were 2 meters away from the ground, they would automatically disappear. With a bang, Zi-chen was smashed to the ground by the starlights again. He gasped for breath. He had consumed a lot of energy just now. Beside him were 8 sword steels. On the sword steels were a large number of white spots left by the starlights. What a terrifying seal! Even you can't break it. The spirit-devouring rats came out from the ground and exclaimed, "It's not the seal that's powerful." Zi-chen looked up at the sky that had returned to normal. "If it's not the seal, then what is it?" The spirit-devouring rats asked curiously. "It's the rule." "The rule?" "Yes, the normal seal power can't stop me. Now I can only resist with the sword steel and can't fight back. The only possibility is the rule power. Then what should we do?" The spirit-devouring rats asked again. Zi-chen shook his head and said there's no way, unless we find a powerhouse that can resist the rule power. Zi-chen first thought of the Earth origin realm on the ancient road, but this place was too far away from the ancient road. ThunderClan's Wang Ling couldn't sense it. It was obviously not realistic to find such a powerhouse. "Let's go. Follow me to the other 2 places." Zi-chen completely gave up here. The 2 once again arrived below the power of the sun, but the situation was the same as before. As long as Zi-chen didn't fly up, there wouldn't be any reaction. But once he tried to fly up and enter the sky, the power of the sun would fall from the sky and block Zichen. During this time, Zichen tried to use the sword steel to form a formation to attack, but it didn't have any effect. As Zichen said before, the decisive factor was the rule power. Helpless, Zichen had to give up on this place again. Let's go to the Moon Clan's small world. The two changed places again. Zichen, did you notice that these 4 small worlds correspond to 4 directions? On the way, the spirit-devouring rat said. The 4 small worlds were separated by hundreds of miles, and there was a space of hundreds of miles in the middle. Zichen had noticed this, but it didn't prove anything. Suddenly, Zichen's pupils shrank and he stopped. 4 small worlds appeared in 4 directions. Could it be that something else will appear in the middle? Could it be the holy burial ground? It's going to appear again, and it's in the center of the 4 small worlds. Zichen had new doubts and guesses in his heart. But what puzzled Zichen was that the holy burial ground would appear. But why would these 4 small worlds appear together? The two soon arrived outside the Moon Clan's small world. Zichen looked up at the small world of the Moon Clan. There was a passage that led straight inside. During this time, Zichen didn't sense any sealing power. Zichen took a deep breath, and after a deep breath, he was fully prepared and soared into the sky again. But the scene of moonlight didn't appear as he imagined. The moonlight was still gentle, and there was no danger. "Come up, there's no danger," Zichen said to the spirit-devouring rats below. The spirit-devouring rats flew up, and the 2 figures flashed, entering the small world of the Moon Clan through the passage. Above the small world, a silver moon hung high in the sky, and the whole world was filled with extremely rich moon power. After Zichen entered, he felt slightly uncomfortable. This was a phenomenon of power rejection. But after he withdrew the power of the golden sun and the perfect power, leaving only the enlightening power, he felt much more comfortable. This world was beautiful, but it was dead silent, just like the Thunder Clan's trial ground. During this time he found a few special places, but there were restrictions and there was no danger. Going into the deepest part of this world, Zichen saw a huge city. This city was like a city of moonlight, and it was extremely beautiful. But outside the city, there were beautiful women in white guarding. Just like the Thunder City, this was the Moon City. The beautiful women in white were all puppets without any thoughts. What a pity, there's no one in such a big world, such a big city, but there's a seal, and it can't recognize a master. The spirit-devouring rat sighed and complained. Suddenly, it seemed to have thought of something and exclaimed, "Moon power! Since this place has moon power, why don't we let you try?" You, was naturally Shangguan Yu, she had this power. Hearing this, Zichen's eyes lit up. "Yes, let's go and find you, It's getting better and better." Zichen found the Thunder God's finger and other soul weapons in the Thunder Clan's trial ground. There should be some good things in this place. The 2 left this world at the fastest speed, and then went straight to the small world beside the Thunder Clan's world. Light flashed, and the 2 entered this small world. As soon as Zichen and the spirit-devouring rats disappeared, a loud bang came from the center of the small world of the 4 royal families. This loud bang almost spread throughout the barbarian land, as if a huge monster was about to break out of the ground. When the rumbling sound came from the ground, at the center of the 4 small worlds, a blurry figure appeared. Chapter 1059. When the silhouette of the ancient castle appeared, there was also an oppressive aura that spread throughout the entire barbarian land. Sensing this aura, everyone felt as if a great calamity was about to appear. This is the aura of the sacred burial ground. I didn't expect it to appear again. The sacred burial ground suddenly disappeared and hid in the void. I didn't expect it to appear again after so many years. In the barbarian land, in a remote area with few people, a few indistinct voices suddenly rang out. The appearance of the sacred burial ground will definitely bring about a calamity. We shouldn't stay here for long. The lightning divine palace has just disappeared, and the sacred burial ground has appeared again. This is really an eventful time. After these voices, several indistinct figures appeared. Their figures were blurry, but their speed was thousands of times faster than Zichen's. With a flash, they left this area. In the barbarian land, after the everlasting sect and other families felt the oppressive aura, their hearts became heavy. They immediately sent people to investigate. Roar. A deafening roar that shook the heavens sounded like a clap of thunder exploding beside one's ears, causing them to lose their hearing. Just as Zichen and the spirit devouring Rat entered the pocket world, a black shadow appeared in front of them. The black shadow was a giant beast. Its body was extremely large, like a small mountain. This was a giant beast that looked like a black ape, but had the head of a tiger. It let out a tiger roar that shook the heavens. "Idiot, you scared me." The small spirit devouring Rat shouted at the giant beast. Its entire body turned into a ray of white light as it charged towards the giant beast. After that, it was an extremely unbalanced battle. The spirit-devouring Rat's strength had broken through to the mortal origin stage in the past few years. Its battle strength was extraordinary. However, in the battle with the giant beast, it didn't have the upper hand. The giant beast's movements seemed very clumsy, but its attacks were extremely fast and sharp. With a flash of black light, the spirit-devouring Rat was sent flying. "Idiot, I'm going to kill you." After losing in front of Zichen, the spirit-devouring Rat felt embarrassed. With a flash of white light, it once again charged forward. Roar! The giant beast opened its bloody mouth and roared at the spirit-devouring Rat. A materialized energy ripple spread towards the spirit-devouring Rat. As the energy ripple passed, the spirit-devouring Rat's extremely intelligent eyes suddenly showed a hint of confusion. Bang! With a flash of black light, the spirit-devouring Rat was sent flying again. This time, its extremely powerful defense was actually broken through. Blood that emitted light fell to the ground and turned into sparkling pearls. Zichen's eyes suddenly lit up. That was because the giant beast had used a strange soul attack, just like Zichen's mantra. The giant beast was covered in black hair that was as fine and sharp as steel needles. At the same time, it had large fan-like hands, a long tail, and a tiger-like head. It was a strange extraterrestrial creature. Zichen had never seen it before, nor did he recognize it. However, it was extraordinarily strong. Even the spirit-devouring Rat had suffered a small loss in front of it. It was clearly extraordinary. After sending the spirit-devouring Rat flying, the giant beast's cold eyes fell on Zichen. Then it waved its large hand and attacked Zichen. Bang! The two sides collided and energy shook. Zichen punched out. The golden fist landed on the large black hand. The large black hand retreated like lightning, and a red rain of blood fell from the sky. It was Zichen's attack that had directly injured the giant beast. But was it just an injury? One had to know that although Zichen had used 80% of his strength in that attack, it definitely wouldn't have such an effect. Under normal circumstances, the other party was lucky to not die. No matter how strong the force was, the entire arm would explode. However, it didn't. The giant beast only had a fist mark on its palm. The giant beast was in pain. Its eyes became colder and colder. The aura around its body also became violent. Then it rushed towards Zichen and raised its hand to attack. The two began to exchange blows in the air. Gold and black energy constantly collided and surged. After several attacks, the giant beast was sent flying by Zichen. At this moment, its body was already injured in many places, and many of its bones were broken. However, to be able to block so many of Zichen's attacks without dying, this giant beast should be proud of itself. "Let's end this," Zichen said indifferently. At the same time, he rushed towards the giant beast. "Wait, don't kill it." A roar came from afar. Then, two rays of light arrived in front of Zichen. The first one was Longhu, followed by the flying divine tiger. Longhu shouted, "Zichen, don't kill it. It's still useful." Useful? Zichen looked at Longhu in confusion. This is a Herculean tiger ape, a very strange beast. Its attack power is very strong, and its defense is not weak either. At the same time, it can attack the soul. It would be a pity to kill it. Are you going to tame it? Zichen asked. I'll use the soul seed technique on it, and then take it away from here. Longhu nodded. The soul seed can suppress one's potential. If you take it back, you'll just take it as a powerful human origin realm cultivator. But it's not bad, Zichen said. According to my inherited memory, the soul seed technique has been perfected. The situation that could harm one's potential will not happen again. After hearing Longhu's explanation, Zichen's eyes lit up. If that was the case, the soul seed technique would be perfect. Longhu turned around and looked down at the Herculean tiger ape. He said, the soul seed technique used to harm the opponent's spiritual sense. However, the current soul seed technique is much more perfect. Longhu suddenly emitted a suppressive aura. It was the prestige of a supreme beast. The Herculean tiger ape shuddered when it sensed it. Its eyes were filled with fear. It then prostrated itself on the ground and kowtowed to the supreme beast. Zichen felt a mysterious force landing on the Herculean tiger ape. Then the Herculean tiger ape stood up and bowed to Longhu. Then it turned around and bowed to Zichen. That's good. Zichen's eyes were filled with astonishment. That's right. This is the unique ability of the supreme beasts. It's easy to use it with other abilities. However, it's an innate ability, so it can't be taught. Longhu said. Zichen nodded his head, indicating that he understood. The flying divine tiger laughed. Another one. Let's go and find the next one. We'll find a few more of them and let them guard the entrance. The two beasts left at their fastest speed after bidding farewell to Zichen. It's a good idea to capture such a big guy to guard the entrance. The spirit-devouring mouse said as it watched the Herculean tiger ape disappear into the distance. Looking at the small world in front of him, Zichen's eyes suddenly flickered. Longhu's action reminded him that Zichen had to do something before the great battle. Based on the current situation of the Wuji sect, what they lacked the most was the experts of the mortal Yuan realm. Zichen had always wanted to nurture some of them. However, after 10 years, the number of mortal Yuan realm experts was still pitifully low. On average, there was less than one every year. Right now, there was an opportunity to recruit more human origin stage cultivators. Zichen's eyes lit up. He had already thought it through. Although he didn't have Longhu's innate ability, he had something else. Manlong, bring you to me. Zichen transmitted his voice to the dragon through his mind. In the depths of the small world, Manlong was exploring with a group of people. When he heard Zichen's voice, he was slightly startled. Then he shifted his gaze to Shangguan Yu. What's wrong? Everyone noticed Manlong's strange behavior. Zichen is here. He asked me to bring you to him. Manlong said honestly. Everyone looked at Shangguan Yu with an unknown emotion in their eyes. Su Mingyao's expression didn't change. She said directly, then go quickly. Zichen might be looking for you for something urgent. Shangguan Yu's face was slightly red. Then she stepped on Manlong and left. She had to admit that every time Zichen asked her to go alone, it was a little awkward. Zichen. Manlong came over with Shangguan Yu. Go to the Moon Clan's world with the spirit-devouring rats. Zichen explained as quickly as he could. Shangguan Yu's eyes flickered. During this time, Zichen also told her how to take control of the city. Of course, he wasn't completely sure that Shangguan Yu would be able to obtain the Moon City's approval. Don't worry. If I can't take control, there's still my sect. They should be very interested in this place. I'll go take a look first. Shangguan Yu was pleasantly surprised. Zichen nodded and watched as Shangguan Yu left. Zichen still had his own thoughts. He didn't want the Moon Clan's world to fall into someone else's hands. If that happened, the Boundless Sect would lose the initiative. If Shang Guanyu could take control, then she would be a member of the Boundless Sect. At that time, the Boundless Sect would have a lot of authority. Manlong, bring me to this world's mutated beasts, Zichen said to Manlong. Mutated beasts. That's right. After we find them, I'll use force to tame them. After that, release your pressure and force them to submit. Zichen looked into the distance. I want to create an army of mutated beasts at the mortal origin realm. Manlong understood Zichen's intentions and immediately sighed in admiration. Then it brought Zichen to where the mutated beasts were. Halfway there, it seemed to have thought of something and said, "Let's go to Zhang Haotian first. He's hunting mutated beasts. We have to stop him. These mutated beasts will be our future army against the demon race. Let's go quickly." Manlong immediately changed directions and flew towards Zhang Haotian and the others. Just like that, Zichen began to create his own army of mortal origin realm cultivators. With his strength and the Manlong, Longhu, and Flying Divine Tiger, the defeated mutated beasts had no choice but to agree. Thus, an army of mortal origin realm cultivators was formed in this small world. In the following time, Zichen's group split up and entered other small worlds to gather the mutated beasts. While Zichen was building his own army of mutated beasts, Shang Guanyu was led by the spirit-devouring rats to the outskirts of the Moon City. The spirit-devouring rats were waiting in the distance. Shang Guanyu walked forward. Her footwork was light, and she seemed to be very careful. 1 step, 2 steps, 5 steps, 10 steps. She was getting closer and closer to the Moon City's restrictions. A group of white-clothed female guards appeared, but they didn't attack or stop Shang Guanyu. Chapter 1060. After obtaining the token, Shang Guanyu's face lit up with joy. After a simple refinement, the city gates opened with a thought. Similar to the situation in Thunder City, this place was also a training ground. The buildings inside were intact, but there was not a single person in sight. There were only mindless puppet guards. These puppet guards wore white robes and held swords in their hands. Their beautiful faces were expressionless. In just a short moment, Zichen had already told her everything about the moon token. Shang Guanyu naturally knew what to do next. She entered the city gates and was about to enter the Sky City. However, she suddenly realized that there was no Sky City here. Why is there no Sky City? Shang Guanyu was puzzled. However, after understanding Zichen's meaning and sensing the token, she guessed where the things that Zichen was talking about were. In the central region, Shang Guanyu saw a city within a city. This city was surrounded by other places. It should be the place that Zichen was talking about. However, it was not the 3 entrances and 3 exits that Zichen mentioned. It was a single building, but it was very big. On both sides of the gate, there were female puppets. Shang Guanyu entered smoothly. After that, she saw the places that were sealed. Inheritance Palace, Soul Nurturing Palace, Book Collection Pavilion. The things that Zichen mentioned were all here. As for the things here, Zichen did not need anything else. The only thing he wanted was the things in the Soul Nurturing Palace. Therefore, she gave up on the impulse to enter the Inheritance Palace immediately. She turned and entered the Soul Nurturing Palace. As the palace gates opened, all kinds of shining lights entered her eyes. They were all soul weapons. They floated quietly in the air, waiting for their masters to come and take them. In the air, other than the soul weapons, there were also some soul stones that contained the power of the moon. Compared to the Thunder Soul Stones, these Moon Soul Stones were extremely rare and mysterious. Zichen understood the saying that a man's wealth was his own ruin. Shang Guanyu naturally understood it as well. The value of these soul stones and soul weapons was immeasurable. It was enough to make anyone go crazy. Zichen had warned her before that once she found them, she should take them all. That's right, he wanted to take everything away, not leaving a single one behind. This was not because Zichen was stingy or selfish, but because Zichen knew Shang Guanyu, Er's position in the Light Moon Pavilion. Although her position was not low, she definitely did not have any control over it. In fact, her words in the Light Moon Pavilion were not as useful as they were in the Wuji sect. Moreover, there was an Earth origin stage cultivator in the Light Moon Pavilion. Normally, he was high and mighty, but after seeing these soul weapons and the Moon Soul Stones, Zichen didn't know if he would still act high and mighty. This was why Zichen had to take all of the Moon Soul Stones and Soul Spiritual Weapons, regardless of whether it was out of selfishness or apprehension. As instructed, after Shang Guanyu took everything away, she turned around and entered the Inheritance Palace. What followed was her private time. She was also extremely interested in the items in the Inheritance Hall. Moreover, these items were also of great use to the Moonlight Pavilion. Here, she naturally found the inheritance and was quite satisfied. On the highest floor, she found 2 Xiantian technique inheritances, which surprised and delighted her. Zichen did not say that he wanted to take away these inheritances, and Shang Guanyu also wanted to leave some things for the sect, so she didn't take them away. After that, she entered the other places one by one. Among them, the library pavilion was extremely rich and comprehensive, which made her feel surprised and a little shocked. After a full 6 hours, she walked out of the city and saw the spirit-devouring rat waiting outside the city. She asked, "Why didn't you go in?" The spirit-devouring rat grinned and pointed at the puppet guard, saying, "I wanted to go in, but they didn't want to." Shang Guanyu immediately understood what was going on, and a trace of apology appeared in her eyes. "I just forgot about this. Why don't you go in now? I'll give you permission." The spirit-devouring rat raised its little paw and said, "No need, no need. By the way, did you find anything inside?" Shang Guanyu said truthfully, "I found a few spirit weapons and some moon soul stones. According to Zichen's instructions, I brought them all out. That's all." The spirit-devouring rat's tone was obviously disappointed. "There were other things, but I didn't take them." "Then there's food." The spirit-devouring rat's eyes lit up again. The things that could catch the spirit-devouring rat's eyes were all things with rich spiritual energy, and it was extremely picky. Ordinary things could not catch its eye. Shang Guanyu, Er's face was apologetic again. "Sorry, I forgot. Why don't we go in again?" The spirit-devouring rat's eyes began to spin, and after thinking for 3 seconds, it nodded and said, "That's great. Let's go in quickly." In just 3 seconds, the spirit-devouring rat had thought carefully. The things here did not belong to Zichen, and they did not even belong to Shang Guanyu. They belonged to the Light Moon Pavilion. The spirit-devouring rat had no impression of the Light Moon Pavilion, and it had only heard of its name. Thinking about giving away these things for free, it felt a little uncomfortable. Therefore, it decided to go in once and take some things that it could use. In its words, it would be a waste not to take them. The matter of recruiting the exotic beast army did not need Zichen to do it himself. Any one of the 3 beasts could do it beautifully. Therefore, Zichen left the small world and prepared to return to the Wuji sect to arrange some other things. However, as soon as he came out, he felt the oppressive aura that filled the world, which made him frown slightly. However, when he saw the illusory figure, Zichen's expression changed greatly, and he exclaimed, "The Holy Burial Ground!" The Holy Burial Ground did not appear, only an illusory figure. However, the aura emitted by the illusory figure was enough to shake the entire barbaric land. By the time Zichen arrived, many other forces had already arrived, including Wang Qiong. "What's going on?" Zichen landed beside Wang Qiong. Wang Qiong shook his head and said, "I'm not sure. It suddenly became like this." Seeing Zichen's arrival, the leaders of the other forces came one after another. When they were on good terms with him, they also asked about this matter. Of course, Zichen did not know. Since no one understood, they might as well leave it at that. The only thing they could do now was wait. Zichen asked Wang Qiong to take the people back because there were more things that needed to be arranged in the Wuji sect. Just like that, the people of the Wuji sect all retreated. However, there were experts guarding the entrances of the small worlds. The other forces were very envious of those small worlds, but no one dared to touch the Wuji sect's brows at this time. Go and call the artifact refining elder. As soon as Zichen arrived at the Wuji sect, he asked someone to call the Lu clan's people. Sect Master Zichen. The artifact refining elder came to the main hall and bowed respectfully to Zichen. I called you here today to ask you to take some people to make some things. You have to be fast, Zichen said directly. I don't know what it is. Zichen took out a token and threw it to him. This is a voice transmission token. It's used for communication and identity authentication. The artifact, refining elder, looked at the token carefully. This thing is not very complicated. It's just that some patterns need to be carefully carved. The sect has made some before, but some are not quite the same. I don't know how many sect master plans to make. Chan did some calculations and said, let's make 1,000 first. Then we'll make some more in case of emergencies. The artifact refining elder nodded and left. As soon as he walked out of the hall, the spirit devouring rat flew in. How is it? Zichen looked at the spirit devouring rat. It's done, the spirit devouring rat said excitedly. The spirit devouring rat said excitedly. At the same time, it took out a spiritual ring and said, This is what you are asked me to bring to you. It's a soul weapon and a moon soul stone. After the spiritual ring recognized its owner and sensing the things inside, Zichen was very satisfied. He nodded. Suddenly he felt that something was wrong and asked, Where is Yura? She went to the light moon pavilion. She said she would bring some people here. Zichen said with a smile, What an impatient person. But it's good to let the people of the light moon pavilion go. They can improve their strength as soon as possible. When we fight against the demons in the future, we'll have one more powerful force. In all the small worlds of the mortal origin realm discovered by the Wuji sect, there was a very strange scene. A strong cultivator suddenly appeared in this world. When he saw a mortal origin realm beast, he would beat it violently without saying anything. When the beast was on the verge of death, the cultivator would stop and coldly give a choice, submit or die. The strange beasts in the human origin stage were capable of thinking, and they could transform into human forms. They just didn't care about it normally. However, since the appearance of such a powerful being, they had no choice but to communicate with each other and form an alliance of strange beasts to kill the human. Unfortunately, the human was too strong. Even if a group of beasts worked together, they were still no match for him. And because the beasts worked together, the human was able to subdue the beasts faster. The beasts' army had been formed, and it was beginning to take shape, and all the beasts that submitted would receive a token. At the same time, they would attach a strand of their soul consciousness to the token to serve the owner of the token. Shang Guanyu went back personally to bring the news. The people of the Light Moon Pavilion also rushed to the Moon Clan's small world as fast as they could. They were all women in white clothes, and all of them were very beautiful. When they passed by the Wuji sect, they attracted a lot of attention. Some people even shouted righteously, saying that they would escort these people and act as free guards. However, they were all rejected by Shangguan Yuer. These women pursed their lips and chuckled. At the same time, they winked and flirted, causing many wolves to howl. However, when they arrived at the Moon Clan's small world, they all let go of their reservations and shouted loudly, because they were very satisfied with this place. How is this a training ground? It's basically a world. Moreover, there are all kinds of places to deal with different realms. It's even better than our Light Moon Pavilion. That's right. The only place in the Light Moon Pavilion that can compare to this place is probably the mysterious, forbidden Moonlight Grounds. The group of women chattered. clearly very satisfied with this place. This was especially so when they saw the moon city that seemed to be in a fantasy. They all shouted that they had fallen in love with this place, but they refused to leave no matter what. The Moon Clan was very satisfied with this place and planned to move the entire pavilion here. However, before that, they naturally needed to greet the owner of this place, the Wuji sect's leader, Zichin.